facilities such as research reactors, accelerators, state-of-the-art equipment, and of value-added programs to the curriculum and are expected to lead to a further enhancement in the and ranking of HBNI in the future. HBNI is also rapidly adapting to the new age teaching methodologies, and capacity is being ramped up towards improved infrastructure facilities in sync with the current trends of online teaching, webinars, and incorporation of augmented and virtual reality methodology. Opportunities, raise academics, and widen the BNI is today recognized as a world-class university in the sphere of nuclear science and technology. With the zeal and motivation of its faculty and students, and steered by an BNI is expected to scale new across a gamut of domains.
Give a man a fish, you feed him for the day. Fish, you feed him for a lifetime. For knowledge once given cannot be taken away by anyone. On this quote about the power of education, I would afternoon and welcome you to the celebration of the Foundation Day of Homi Bhabha National Institute. HBNI observes its Foundation Day on the 3rd of June every year. As it is on this date in 2005, it was notified as a deemed to be university by the University Grants Commission. Today, we commemorate HBNI's Foundation Day with the calendar year 2022 on successful completion of their educational journey with us. They will be receiving their degree certificates and hard-earned Outstanding Student Awards and Innovation Awards today. As a part, also be holding the J.B. Joshi Research Foundation Endowment Lecture. We have the privilege of observing this year's Foundation Day in the presence of 3 esteemed dignitaries, each of whom are highly distinguished academic, industrial, and organizational leaders. And the esteemed chief guest of today's function, Professor Subhasis Chaudhuri, the Director of Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay. Guest of honor, Dr. Ajit Sapre, Group President of Reliance Technology, Reliance Industries Limited, and Professor Ajit Kumar Mohanty, Management, HBNI, Chairman, Atomic Energy Secretary, Department of Atomic Energy. Please join me in welcoming them with a big round of Without any further delay, let us start today's program. My humbly request Professor Kamachi Mudli, Honorable Vice Chancellor, HBNI, Professor P.D. Nayak, Dean, HBNI, to escort our dignitaries to the dais. At this juncture, HBNI would like to felicitate the dignitaries. May I kindly request our Vice Chancellor, sir, to do the honors. I request our PhD students, Archita, Jyoti, and Anisha, to hand over the bouquet to sir. I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor to felicitate our esteemed Chief Guest, Professor Chaudhuri, first. May I now request him to present the bouquet to our guest of honor, Dr. Sapre. Now, I kindly request him to honor Professor Mohanty, Chairman, Council of Management, with the bouquet. Thank you, sir. Let us now commence today's proceedings. I humbly invite Professor P.D. Nayak, Dean HBNI, to the podium to deliver the welcome address.
Good afternoon to everyone. On behalf of HBNI, of Omi Baba National Institute, Professor Subhasis Chaudhuri, Director IIT Bombay, and Chief Guest of the HBNI Foundation Day Program, Ajit Sapre, Group President, Reliance Technology Group, Reliance Industries, Mumbai, beloved Secretary DAE, Professor Ajit Mohanty, HBNI, Professor U. Kamasi, Chancellor HBNI, Dr. P.C. Selvin, HBNI, on the dais. In fact, on the line, online, we have Dr. Anil Kakurkar, Chancellor HBNI, and our former Vice Chancellor, P.R. Vasudev Rao. Sir, I welcome you both for this function online mode. We feel extremely honored by the presence of Professor Subhasis Chaudhuri, Director IIT Bombay, this occasion as chief guest. We are glad that he could find time to be with us in spite of his busy schedule. His presence here this afternoon is a booster to the entire HBNI functionaries. I extend a very warm welcome to Professor Subhasis Chaudhuri on this occasion. I take this opportunity to extend a warm welcome to Dr. Ajit Sapre, Group President, Reliance Technology Group, Reliance Industries Limited. Present for this function is a source of inspirations for all of us at HBNI. I also thank him for accepting our invitations to confer JB Joshi Innovation Awards and deliver JB Joshi Research Foundation. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation. We are glad to have Professor Ajit Mohanty, Chairman, Council of Management, with us. His constant guidance has helped enormously to shape the HBNI program and activity. Thank you, sir. I also take this occasion to extend warm welcome to our distinguished guest of the dais, Professor J.B. Joshi, Distinguished Professor Emeritus, HBNI, the S.V. Nake, Director, RRCAT, Professor Gautam Bhattacharya, Director, SINP, Dr. Sumit Som, Director, VECC, Secretaries from DEV, members of Council of Management, members of Academic Council, heads of various DA units, media personnel, convener and Professor Tiwari, Professor Yusuf, Professor Kannan, Professor Banawali, Professor Venkataman, Professor Meena Mahajan, Dean Academic of ADS Institute of HBNI, Sir Pata Shah, Sir Pranay Swain, V.K. Sau, former Dean Academic Nicer, Professor S.R. Mishra, Mukhopadhyay, Professor Sureka Mukhopadhyay, Professor C.N. Patra, Professor Gopika Vinod, Professor Sandeep Basu, and we have also with us the senior faculty members, Professor A.K. Naik, Professor A.K. Tyagi, Professor Ganti, and others. And my colleagues from HBNI Center Office, Professor D.K. Maiti, Professor A.K. Dureja, Professor S.K. Ghosh, Professor Pal, Professor Naik, Professor Datta, Dr. Mishra, and others. And my friends together over years, and all other faculty members and students. I thank you all and welcome for this HBNI Foundation Day function. On this day, 3rd June 2005, is deemed to be university. MHRD notification. Calculate, we have completed 18 years to say that we have entered into the adulthood now. Yes, with adulthood, the pool of new ideas are with us, which we achieved during our student and teenage. And with experience and new ideas and energy which we have now at a youth, we have set up high goals and also commitment as adult to achieve the same. We have already achieved a good position among the academic institutes in India. And this was possible because all of you who are present here, Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, former Vice Chancellors, Academic Board of Studies, Deans, faculty, students, and it is the efforts by all of you which made sure that to attain a much bigger position for HBNI among the Indian academics. I'm quite certain that you are to our dignitaries, Mr. Subhasis Subhasis Chaudhuri, Director IIT Bombay, Dr. Ajit Sapre from Design Industry. I will not come on your way. Words. I welcome once again Bombay, Professor Subhasis Chaudhuri, Design Industry, Dr. Ajit Sapre, Professor A.K. Manti, Chairman, Council Management, all dignitaries on and off the dais, my colleagues, friends, faculty and students to this HBNI Foundation Day program. Welcome again and thank you.
Now time for the Vice Chancellor's address. Before we invite him to the podium, I must mention a few words about our Vice Chancellor, who has recently joined HBNI. Professor Kamachi Murli assumed charge as the Honorable Vice Chancellor of HBNI on 11th May of this year. He was earlier the Vice Chancellor of Vellore Institute of Technology, University, Bhopal, and Chairman and Chief Executive of Heavy Water Board, Mumbai. Professor Murli joined the Department of Atomic at the Indira Gandhi Center for Atomic Research, Kalpakkam, and has been associated with HBNI since its inception. With this brief introduction, may I hence humbly request our Honorable Vice Chancellor to address the gathering. Sir, please.
Thank you very much. Very good afternoon. Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Subhasis Chaudhuri, Director IIT Bombay, Dr. Ajit Sapre, Group President, Reliance Industries Limited, Professor A.K. Mogandi, HBNI, Secretary DAE and Registrar HBNI, Heads of CI, Heads of DAE Unit, members of the Council of Management, Academic Council, Board of Studies, Deans of all the CIs and special faculty members and students, senior colleagues and staff at HBNI. I'm very delighted to see many eminent and proud to see Professor Joshi, Professor A.B. Pandit, the leaders of Department of Atomic Energy, heads of units. Very proud that all of you have come consenting to our invitation. A warm welcome to all of you for this Foundation Day of Homi Bhabha National Institute. My association with HBNI goes back to 2006 when I joined as a professor until 2017 when I have to relinquish my senior professor position. I have taken over as the chief executive of the Heavy Water Board. And after superannuating, I at VIT Bhopal, and I'm very proud that I am now the Vice Chancellor of the prestigious HBNI, a young person who, when he is associating with HBNI, to become the Dean and the Vice Chancellor. As the new Vice Chancellor of the prestigious HBNI, I'm very proud to present before you the brief version of the annual report of HBNI for the period. Very proud to see that we have with us online Professor Anil Kapotkar, the Chancellor of HBNI, Dr. P.R. Vasudeva Rao, the former Vice Chancellor of HBNI, and various other heads of units and distinguished personalities online. For the benefit invitees from outside, DAE and other colleagues, that as it was mentioned, HBNI was notified by the Ministry of Human Resources Development, present as a DU Section 3 of 1956 Act on June 3, 2005. So every year on June 3rd, we are celebrating the Foundation Day. HBNI consists of DAE and with National Institute of Science, Education and Research, NISER Bhubaneswar as the off-campus center. HBNI is a unique virtual university and it's on research-based quality education program in various disciplines, chemical sciences, engineering sciences, physical sciences, life sciences, medical and health sciences, mathematical sciences, and applied systems analysis, including humanities and social sciences. We also run postgraduate MD program at Tata Memorial Center and the Radiation Medicine Center, and super specialty programs in several organizations at TMC. I am proud to tell you that during 2022-23, awarded 616 degrees to its students, which includes 217 doctor medical, 133 master and 65 MTech degrees. programs, and during 22-23, we have introduced the following new programs. Integrated PhD double degree in life sciences and in mathematical sciences. Radiological physics. Also, two new post-MD fellowships in Mumbai. This year, two faculty induction programs, value-added courses on new matter, accelerated physics, nuclear and radiochemistry. These courses are also approved by AICTE, which is I'm very proud to tell about this. We have also have the following course planned for NPTEL SWAT. We have made initiative with an online interactive course on advanced NMR spectroscopy attended by a large number of students. HBNI has conducted a very large number of team meetings, including the first matter physics at SINP Kolkata, Life Sciences 1 at RRCAT Indore, Chemical Sciences at NICER Bhubaneswar, Life Sciences 2 at SINP Kolkata, and also a large number of webinars, events, talks, and outreaching. Just mentioned recently in this month, we conducted the National Technology Day, wherein Sri D.K. Shukla, Chairman AEF, Evolution to Maturity on 11th May. And we had the Dr. Sri Kumar Bhat lecture program on 19th May. Dr. G.K. Day, former, delivered a lecture on role of basic research for development of materials. We had also a number of, one of the program is the lecture Regional Director R.K. Chennai on opportunities and challenges materials for electric vehicle technology. And Professor D. Indumati, IMSC Chennai, spoke on what is the world made of, how do we know this, at a multiple purpose called training school hostel. Very happy to mention that on 26th August, addresses were delivered by distinguished scientist CSIR on opportunities in life science research, and Professor R.B. Grover, Emeritus Professor HBNI on relating research to national development. The most important thing that I want to convey is during 2022, the National Institutional Ranking for the Ministry of Environment, our in the category of university, and previous year in 2021 it was in 18th rank, and category of overall institution we stood 33rd rank, and previous year it was 36th rank, and in the research institution category we were having 11th rank all over the country, and previous year it was 13th rank. I'm very proud to tell that we are advancing and we are improving in our performance, and I'm sure that on June 5th, that is on Monday, when 2023 ranks are declared, we will be definitely moving further. HBNI is also publishing a lot of books. We already have published a book on atomic energy in India, achievements since independence, authored by Professor P.R. Vasudev Rao and Dr. A.K. Tyagi, and this was released on 5th August 2022. I'm very proud to tell you that two new books, one book on nuclear fuel cycle, which is edited by Dr. P.S. Tomar, Dr. Vasudev Rao, Dr. S.P. Roy, Kanwar Raj, and Dr. A. Nand, to be released today. And an additional book on nuclear reactor thermal hydraulics, edited by A.K. Nayak and G. Vadyanathan, is also going to be released today. I'm very proud to tell that our faculty and students, they have received a large number of prestigious awards and made unique publications in international reputed journals. Indeed, with the Nature Index, HBNI is positioned in 3rd place among all the Indian institutions for publishing quality research papers, and 2nd position in the physical sciences category during the year 2022. say a few of the awards received by our Sudhakar Panda, NICER has been conferred with Viju Patnaik Award for Scientific Excellence. Professor B. Venkatraman, Director IGCAR, and distinguished scientist, has been conferred with Honorary Fellowship of the Indian Society of Analytical Scientists, along with Professor John Philip of IGCAR. Professor S.M. Yusuf and Professor Aditi Sen, S.M. Yusuf from BRC and Aditi Sen they from HRRA. They both have been made fellows of the Indian National Science Academy. Professor Mogandi of School of Physical Science, NICER, has been appointed as Deputy Spokesperson of ALICE Experiment on Polydor in CRN starting January 23 for a period of 3 years. Professor Archana Sharma has been elected as the Governing Council member of INAE. And Professor A.K. Tyagi has become Sir V. Gopika Vinod, the Fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering. Professor Avadesh Kumar, BRC, has been elected as a Fellow of the National Academy of Sciences. For paucity of time, my sincere apologies that I will not be able to read the rest of the awards during this occasion. But this will be published in our newsletter. During this year, MOU 2 is Calicut University, Cochin, and the other one is Chennai Mathematical Institute, Chennai. We are also now getting into the digital resources, and already the courses and the webinars conducted by HBNI are available on YouTube channel HBNI webinar, which is being frequently used by our CAs. The unique thing is that HBNI provides financial support to doctoral students for participating in international conferences. Number 12 in the year 2021-22, due to the pandemic situation and the restrictions in the travel, but I'm proud to tell you that in 2022-23, we have supported 73 PhD scholars for going abroad and participating in international conferences. Now it is my pleasure to acknowledge the support and guidance that always been received from DAE, the Council of Management, the Academic Council, and the Planning and Monitoring Board. Sincere thanks from HBNI to Sri K.N. Vyas, former Secretary DAE, Chairman AEC, Professor A.K. Mohandi, current Secretary DAE, Chairman AEC and Director BRC, and Chairman Council of Management, Professor P.R. Vasudeva Rao, former Vice Chancellor of HBNI, Professor Anil Kakotkar, the Chancellor HBNI, Professor B.K. Datta, Professor Grover, R.B. Grover, for their valuable guidance on a number of academic and other issues at HBNI. Continuing improvement of the academic performance of HBNI has been made possible by the efforts put by the Board of Studies and the Dean's Academic, Dean's Student Affairs, our CIs and OCs. It's the committed efforts of colleagues at HBNI Central Office. I am sure that the unique structure of HBNI and the synergy between the different institutions and our HBNI would continue to propel us on the growth of success path. I congratulate all the HBNI faculty members and student awardees for backing several coveted awards and recognitions. And I am proud that what you have accomplished this year, and I sincerely wish that all of you will continue your effort towards sustainable eminence in the coming years. I also want to take this opportunity to convey my sincere and profuse thanks to the team HBNI at Mumbai for the hard work they have put in for the last 2 weeks to organize today's program. Before I conclude, I want to invite all our alumni who are not with the DAE to remain in touch with us so that they can convey your suggestions about our programs and processes, which is a very important feedback to us based on their post-HBNI degree experience and also their continuing interaction with us forever. Thank you very much for joining us on this 19th Foundation Day. A warm welcome to all of you. Thank you very much.
We now move on to the presidential address, which will be delivered by Chairman, Council of Management. Before inviting Sir to the podium, Amit Mohanty recently took over the charge as Chairman, Atomic Energy Commission and Secretary to the Government of India, Department of Atomic Energy on 3rd May 2023. He was appointed as the 13th Director of Baba Atomic Research Center on March 12, 2019, a position which he continues to serve till date. Prior to this, he was the Director of Saha Institute of Nuclear Physics, Kolkata. With these words, may I humbly request Professor Mohanty, Chairman, Council of Management, to deliver the presidential address.
And to all, Professor Chaudhuri, guest of the day, Dr. Ajit Sapre, Professor Kamachi Madali, Professor Naik, Dr. Salvin, Professor Kakodkar and Professor Rao joined online, Professor Joshi in the audience, Professor Gautam Bhattacharya, Professor Sumit Sam, Professor Nakhe, and distinguished colleagues from the council members. So various other DA units which I missed here, dignitaries, faculty members and students of HBNI and other esteemed guests. On behalf of the DA family, I welcome you all to the HBNI's Foundation Day, which is completed 19 years. And it is an year of freedom and independence to any child for creating pathways to step into their next phase of life. Let me wish that HBNI too will look ahead to step its journey with its new Vice Chancellor, Professor Kamachi Madali, who is also our former employee with vast experience and coming back with academic experience. First, congratulate all those 616 students who have passed out in 2022-23 with flying colors. And I'm happy to note that many of them have been well placed already. I'm sure that all our passing out students have gained the skills and knowledge to fulfill societal needs through innovative research and intellectual inputs. Continuing to note that there is a steady rise in publications with HBNI affiliation in high impact journals, co-inventors in many patents filed by DAE. HBNI University, and I'm looking forward to seeing HBNI to emerge as a hub for advanced curriculum, highly skilled students and faculty and state-of-the-art facility. Yet, I'd like to tell that this university, deemed to be an university, is a union of many constituent units. It is the amalgamation of the separate units. Every unit is a center of excellence in itself. And in some other occasion, I told it is like an constituent India, where India is like a union of states and territories. But then this is by the chapter 1 of the constitution, it defines what is India. But then there is a schedule 7. He said what is the power of states, power of the center, and what is the responsibility, what is the joint responsibility. HBNI is similar to that. It has so many constituent units and they have their own freedom academically. But at the same time, we are bound together for a common goal. And that is for creating excellence for nuclear science and technology. And university, if you see, the students are coming out, not only they're publishing quite a bit, but these publications in highest standards, like any other, more than any other university, Indian universities. And at the same time, you will see there are which cannot be more technology intensive. You will see that it is finding a way in the patents. And we have a lot of patents every year coming out from this research. And most important is, most of the research now becoming translational. You will find their application going from land to lab, what we call it, lab to land. So it is in the form of incubating, entering into the industry. We have a strong, with the time, developing industry interaction because of this research. It comes out, it needs a basic inputs, it needs innovations, and ultimately it needs good hand experience finally a product comes out at some point or other time. I'll give you 2-3 examples which have just happened in the last 3 months. Rather say, one thing is like, heavy water. Heavy water is our lifeline for nuclear power. Like the deuteron part of this D2O, D2, it is going to be a for many articles and tremendous applications. So we have access of heavy water. Our research is going on. Because of its application, we signed an MOU with Merck. The alpha the chemicals, part of it. So they have now taken the heavy waters and we are working together so that to produce new drugs related to a deuterated compound. But they are also very keen that they will be coming to the campus and in or such research in the pharmaceutical and other biological research can also continue. And also this is ultimately a part of the PhD program is going to be some of the students. This is one example. And that is a D2O is more enriched with oxygen, O18, than normal water. And since we have a D2O, we have a process to separate oxygen 18 in better way than what we can do with a normal water. And we have succeeded this. Probably we have set up a plant. See heavy water body is there here, I think somewhere. And he told me that in months' time, a plant will be ready, which will be producing 10 kg of oxygen 18 from our heavy water in a recirculative way. Again, taking out the oxygen 18, but the heavy water again will be back for the purpose. And oxygen 18, it is a lifeline of producing fluorine 18, which is a FDG, PET, for PET scan. This is what is being used. Oxygen 18. And again, it is because of this basic research in HBNI. Somebody has done the research, somebody has taken the technology, and ultimately the translational research. And like that, we have much more. We have research in biology, we have research in radiopharmaceutical, we have research in basic science technology, all aspects. What you take in the, any topic you take, this is the Department of Atomic Energy doing it. Basic research starting from string theory, looking the coagulant plasma, even looking at the sky, like a mesh telescope in Hanle, Ladakh. And this is the largest telescope in this Asia, 21 centimeter diameter, 21 meter diameter. From the sky. We have set up a LIGO India now, one part of the LIGO is being set up in Hengoli, Maharashtra. This will be in conjunction with 2 LIGO which is existing in America. So these 3 will be looking gravitational wave from the sky because of the collision of the sky. And then we have GMRT in Pune. They looks the radio waves. All these 3 together, you will be probing the sky. These are the probes. And this is the highest degrees of basic working it. And our students are working this program as well. Biology, then radiation biology, then radiopharmaceutical. Radiopharmaceutical we have left untouched today. We have more than 75 radiopharmaceuticals. Recently, we set up a plant for fission molybdenum, which can be used for technician generation, again for treatment. Again, it is from the Department of Atomic Energy, like BRIT, BRC, and other institutes are working. Why I'm telling it, this product just doesn't come out just like that. It has a lot of research component, and this research as part of either a PhD program of somebody, and this is the quality of work we are doing in addition to everything else. So I was just trying to see that our research not only very fundamental, something going to be also more societal and becoming more translational as well. Just today, hours back, I was discussing a group of people. We have produced like hydrogen. We are considering the hydrogen production, which is a green hydrogen we are talking about. And you can get from the water, split it, you will get hydrogen. But technology has to develop in an efficient way. Alkali electrolyzer is one of the concepts which is popularizing. We have developed it after a lot of research and activity. And hydrogen generation is there. But 10 meter cube, we have successfully run it. Now we are scaling it up. PPCL has come out to scale to 1 megawatt. And this is what we will be scaling up together under incubation. And this incubation is with BRC and other companies. But behind this incubation, a lot of research has gone. And this is the research which has gone, creating carbon-free energy. This is called green hydrogen. Similarly, we have a lot of research in reactors. nuclear reactors, fusion reactors. We have to produce energy. And the nuclear reactor is concerned, now we are talking about small and modular reactors. It should be small, modular, built-in factory. But then advantage is I'm looking differently. It is not only grid, you have to produce reactor for electricity, connecting the grid, that is one aspect. But these modular reactors, you can think is a source of heat. A lot of heat you produce. Utilize the heat. And this heat can be used to produce even steam. Steam can be used a better way of electrolysis than water. Heat can be used to chemical reaction to produce hydrogen like iodine sulfur. So many things like this reactors, SMR, smaller modular reactor, can be connected even for many other purpose, including hydrogen production. This hydrogen, people call it green, but I will call it nuclear hydrogen, which only color is green. There is no other color. Because people may say gray and other colors, but nuclear hydrogen is going to be green. And these are the research and technology required. We have been working and starting from fundamental to applied to transnational. And this is all the strength of this university. And all you students, you have done this, and your research, you will be entering in your professional career, and you have a great future. And I wish you all the best. You can adopt the technology. You can be your one entrepreneurs. Some of this technology you can think of. You can be one entrepreneurs. You can be MSME, and you can flourish, or you can do your research further if you don't want to get into the technology. So with this, I wish you all the best, and thank you very much.
So, apart from its academic programs, HBNI also publishes books every year. The Vice Chancellor mentioned in his address, 2 books have been printed recently, and these will be released today. In order to brief us about the books and oversee its release, I kindly invite Professor A.K. Dureja, Associate Dean, Human Resource Development Division, BRC, to the podium. Please, sir.
Thank you, Karunya. Good afternoon, one and all. Please dignitaries present on the dais, in this hall and online, faculty members, students and their parents, and other participants. I feel privileged to extend my warm welcome to all present in person and online. In advancing our understanding of the subject, as a knowledge dissemination mechanism, books have a long history. The relationship between academia and books dates back to 427 AD, when Nalanda, the world's first eastern part of our country, for seniors of the senior HBNI has come out with 2 books in the recent month. The first book is on nuclear, published by SD Publishing Private Limited, Chennai, and another one is on nuclear fuel cycle. The editors of Nuclear Reactor Thermal Hydraulics book are Dr. A. Vedyanathan. The editors of Nuclear Fuel Cycle book are Dr. B.S. Tomar, Dr. P.R. Vasudev Rao, Dr. S.B. Roy, Dr. Jose P. Penakal, Dr. N. Nandkumar. I request and representative of public agency, Ms. Swati from Springer, please. I would humbly like to request Professor A.K. Mohanty, Chairman AC and Secretary DI and Chairman Council of Management HBNI to release these books, please. Sir, please. This is another book on nuclear fuel cycle. Thank you, Chairman, sir, for releasing this book. Thanks to all the contributors for making this book available for the knowledge dissemination. Now, I will request Professor A.K. Nayak to brief the book on nuclear reactor to the audience. Thank you.
Dignitaries, the dais, of the dais, friends, colleagues, great moment for HBNI. First time we have brought out texts. One he showed me a photograph of Dr. Bhaivanath where taking food in a restaurant on the area of in the crowd. Training school at HBNI. We didn't have a text. And thermal hydraulics is like the blood of a human being. If the blood was stopped, the human body dies. And if the blood loss is there, the human body also dies. Same thing is with regard to thermal hydraulics, the life of a nuclear reactor. And we have brought out in a simplified manner, I'll say that use of our students in future. A lot of hard work has gone inside for the last 5 years. And even though today I feel there is a great moment, it has come. I again salute HBNI for giving this opportunity to write this book. Thanks a lot to HBNI. Thanks to Professor Kakurkar Saab, as the chairman and director of BARC. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir, for briefing about the book. Now I like to request Dr. S.B. Roy to brief about the book on nuclear fuel cycle.
Afternoon, everybody. Happy to be here with this book, presence of all of you, respected dignitaries, students, colleagues, and friends. This nuclear fuel cycle book is a group activity. We have authors, including 6 editors at the region. And the 4th, Dr. Ronald Kakatkar, Chancellor HBNI. Thank you, sir, for sparing your valuable time for this book. About this book, we just wanted to tell you that this is having 11 chapters written by practicing nuclear specialists, thus provides an insider's view on a very wide spectrum of activities on nuclear fuel cycle, followed worldwide, not only for India. Describes the various different stages of the entire fuel cycle, which include exploration of uranium, thorium, mining, milling, conversion of the separated nuclear material into nuclear grade, and fabrication of different types of nuclear fuels, their physical as well as chemical quality control, thermodynamics of the interactions among the fuels and the fission products during reactor operation, and the post-irradiation examination, spent fuel reprocessing, and radioactive waste management to show how a closed cycle process can convert so-called waste to the wealth in a sustainable manner. Like all high-end technology, also handling of nuclear material in general and in storage and transportation in particular need well-documented standard operating procedures formulated by various regulatory authorities has been discussed in. So the book provides the core knowledge on nuclear fuel cycle and probably the first of its kind in the world. It talks about all the aspects, including material resourcing, design, fabrication, quality control, resource utilization in a sustainable manner, and overall safety, security, and safeguards. Be assured, this book will generate widespread interest amongst the world nuclear fraternity and will be utilized in human resource development worldwide. This moment, we, the authors, sincerely acknowledge the help provided by HBNI and Chairman Atomic Energy throughout the period of this writing this book, difficult task. Lastly, our thanks are also due to in the e-form and hard copy. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. To carry forward the program. Purnati.
Sir, on behalf of the organizing committee, we would now like to thank the Chairman, Council of Management. Therefore, I kindly request our Honorable Vice Chancellor to present him with the memento. So, with this, we move on to the distribution of the degree certificates. During the year 2022-23, HBNI has awarded 616 degrees to its students, which includes 217 doctoral, 159 medical, 133 master, and 65 MTech degrees. Most of the students have already collected their degree certificates. Out of the remaining students, those who could make it to today's programs will receive their degrees from our esteemed chief guest. I now kindly request the Honorable Vice Chancellor and Dean to escort our chief guest to the front of the dais and assist him in the distribution of the degrees. I also request all the other dignitaries to join them on the stage. We will start with the distribution of doctoral degrees in chemical sciences. The first student to receive his degree is Dr. Ratnesh Kumar from BRC Mumbai. Please welcome him on stage with a big round of applause. He's followed by Dr. Rashmi Chaudhuri, also from BRC Mumbai. Next, we have Dr. Pranav Mukherjee from BRC Mumbai. Last doctoral student in chemical sciences is Dr. Sudip Sahu from NISA Bhubaneswar. Dr. Sahu is currently doing his postdoc at the College of Pharmacy, Chang'an University, South Korea. On his behalf, Professor Pranay Swain, Dean Academic, NISA, will receive the degree. This may move on to the doctoral degrees in engineering sciences. Put your hands together for the first candidate, Dr. Sandeep Kesi from BRC Mumbai. Next, we have Dr. Ravindra Kumar Sharma from BRC Mumbai. Followed by Dr. Soumya Prakash Nayak, also from BRC Mumbai. Dr. Bate Bhagwan Narayan from BRC Mumbai. Next. Aurora from BRC Mumbai. I think we can have more applauses than that. Yes. Next student to receive his degree is Dr. Sagar Chandra, also from BRC Mumbai. Followed by Dr. Shrinkala Giddiat from BRC Mumbai. Now the last candidate to receive his PhD degree in engineering sciences, Dr. Madhura Velipadi from IGCAR Kalpakkam. Moving on to the PhD degrees in life sciences, I call on stage Dr. Usha Yadav from BRC Mumbai. Next, we have Dr. Reema Chaudhuri from BRC Mumbai. Our next student, Dr. Kathakali Sarkar, is currently doing a postdoc in Imperial College London. On her behalf, Dr. Partha Saha, Dean Academic of Saha Institute of Nuclear Physics, will collect her degree. I invite Sir to the stage. Now we have Dr. Shalaka Arun Masurkar from Tata Memorial Center, Mumbai. She's followed by Dr. Asim Sandeep Joshi, also from Tata Memorial Center, Mumbai. Followed by the last candidate to receive her degree in life sciences, Dr. R. Janani from the Institute of Mathematical Sciences, Chennai. Now move on to the doctoral degrees in physical sciences. I first call on stage Dr. Kanchan Kushwaha from BRC, Mumbai. Followed by Dr. Nitin Ramesh Kakre, also from BRC, Mumbai. Next, we have Dr. Avik Das from BRC, Mumbai. I call on stage Dr. B. Radhakrishnan from IGCAR Kalpaka. Dr. Ravindranath Jain, also from IGCAR Kalpaka. Dr. Ritesh Ghosh from SIMP Kolkata. Moving on to the doctoral degrees in medical and health sciences, all the students are from Tata Memorial Center. I first call on stage Dr. Minit Jalan Shah. Next, we have Dr. Devesh Sanjeev Ballal. Dr. Devesh Sanjeev Ballal. Is followed? Is followed by Dr. Amiya Agrawal. Dr. Shubham Suryavanshi. On to the MTech degrees in engineering sciences. First student is Mr. Arun from BRC. Mr. Bandalupi Shrikar from BRC. Next, we have Ms. Namrata Ravindra Birnali from BRC. Ms. Preeti Suresh Shinde from BRC. Ms. Shilpa Raj from BRC. Nitin Kumar from BRC. Mr. Mayank Vikona from BRC. We have Mr. Shubham Kumar from BRC. Mr. Pranshu Parikh from BRC. Finally, the last student to receive his degree certificate, Mr. Vishnu Mulakala Sri Harsha from BRC. This concludes the distribution of the degree certificates. Let us thank our chief guest and the other dignitaries. May I kindly request you all to please take your seats. We now move on to the distribution of the Outstanding Student Awards. I kindly invite Professor H. Pal, Associate Dean HBNI, to brief us about the awards and oversee its distribution.
Thank you, Karuna. A very good afternoon to everyone. Respected dignitaries on the dais, respected invitees, guests, dear faculties, colleagues, friends, students, ladies and gentlemen. As the convener of the HBNI Award Committee, it is my great pleasure to give an overview of these various outstanding students award to be conferred in this function on our students who have completed their academic programs with outstanding performances in the previous calendar year, that is year 2022. Different academic programs in which these awards are being given that includes PhD and integrated PhD programs in chemical sciences, engineering sciences, life sciences, mathematical sciences, and physical sciences. Super specialty program, DM and MCH programs in medical and health sciences, MTech programs in engineering sciences, and MD program in medical and health sciences. To select the prospective awardees under different categories, nominations were invited and received either from the guides, doctoral committee members, dean academics, or the directors of the CIs and OCCs of HBNI. All the nominations received were first scrutinized at our HBNI central office to check the fulfillment of the eligibility criteria. The screening nominations were then sent to the relevant board of studies for evaluation based on a set of assignments assessment criteria and for the recommendation of the probable awardees in the respective categories. It is my privilege to inform you all that altogether we received 103 nominations this time. And out of these, 17 nominees were recommended by the concerned board of studies for different outstanding student awards. To be specific, 11 awards were recommended for doctoral students, 1 for DM student, 1 for MCA students, 2 for MD students, and 2 for MTech students. These recommendations were then put up to the HBNI Academic Council for their approval. This year, the awardees in different categories have been alienated into 2 segments. The first segment comprises those who are the employee students, PIs and OCC. For these awardees, the award consists only the certificate. The other group comprises employee students. For these awardees, the award consists the certificate cash prize. The awardees will receive their award certificate and medal from our chief guest, and their cash prizes will be transferred separately through online. With this brief introduction, I now request our chief guest, Professor Subhasis Chaudhuri, Director, IIT Bombay, to confer the outstanding HBNI Outstanding Student Awards 2023 to our awardees. I also request all our other dignitaries to kindly accompany our chief guest in distributing this award. I now one by one call the names of the awardees and request them to please come up on the stage to receive their respective awards from our chief guest. So we begin this event with the first group of awardees who are the employee students of HBNI in our CIs and OCC. I first call upon Mr. Shubham Kumar. Mr. Shubham Kumar of HBNI Outstanding MTech Student Award 2023. Mr. Kumar is presently working as a scientific officer in BRS. Next up is Sri he is also the recipient of HBNI Outstanding MTech Student Award for University in Engineering Sciences. This is Dr. Puneet Arora. Arora is receiving Outstanding Doctoral Student Awards in Engineering Sciences. Now, Dr. Sagar Chandra, our next awardee, is receiving this award, Outstanding Doctoral Student Award in Engineering Sciences. Our next awardee is Dr. Kumar Sinha. Dr. Sinha did not attend this function due to some personal reasons. Award will be independently handed over to him. Dr. Obik Das. Dr. Das is receiving award, doctoral, outstanding doctoral student award 2022 in physical science. Our next award is Dr. Rabindranath Juin. Rabindranath Juin, please. Is receiving this outstanding doctoral student award in physical science. For our non-employee students, you will be receiving the award certificate and medal today, and that expenses will be transferred separately online. In this segment, I first call upon Dr. Rikesh. Next award is Dr. Sapre Raj. Recipient of outstanding doctoral student award in physical sciences. Postdoctoral abroad, so he could not participate physically. So he'll be receiving his award online, certificate online. His medal will be handed over to him from the time. Now I call upon our next awardee, Dr. Pranav. The recipient of the outstanding doctoral student award 2023 in chemical sciences. I call upon our next awardee, Dr. Janani R. Our next award is Dr. Sudhir Saw. Dr. Sudhir Saw is also doing postdoc abroad, so he could not participate physically. So I request Professor Pranay Swain, Dean Academic Advisor, to kindly receive the is Dr. Janani R. Janani is receiving award, outstanding doctoral student award 2023 in life sciences. Our next award is Dr. Bhima Chaudhuri. She is also receiving outstanding doctoral student award 2022 life sciences. Congratulations. Recipient of HBNI Outstanding MD Student Award, which is in medical analysis. Award is Dr. Shubham Sudavan. Is the recipient of HBNI Outstanding MD Student Award 023 in Medical and Sciences. Next award is Ninit This is the HBNI Outstanding TM Student Award 2022 in Medical Sciences. So, under this outstanding award category is Dr. Devesh. Is the recipient of outstanding MCH Student Award 2022. These are all that we have under this outstanding student award category. My heartiest congratulations to all the awardees for their outstanding performances, and I express my sincere thanks to Professor Subhasis Chaudhuri for encouraging our students by conferring them with the HBNI Outstanding Student Awards. Dignitaries, please may take their seats. With that, I thank you all. Thank you very much. I now hand it over to Karuna to take the proceeding.
Next item on the agenda is the address by esteemed chief guest. Before that, to give his kind introduction, I humbly invite Professor S.K. Ghosh, Associate Dean, HBNI, to the podium.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my pleasure to introduce our chief guest, Professor Subhasis Chaudhuri, who has graciously accepted our invitation to join us today. Professor Subhasis Chaudhuri is currently the Director of IIT Bombay and K.N. Bajaj Chair Professor, Department of Electrical Engineering. He did his BTech in Electronics and Communication Engineering from IIT Kharagpur in 1985 and MSc in Electrical Engineering from University of Calgary in 1987. He did his PhD in Electrical Engineering from University of California in 1990. He joined IIT Bombay as an assistant professor in the Department of Electrical Engineering in November 1990. He has held a number of important positions at IIT Bombay, such as professor in charge of IIT Bombay Monash Research Academy, head Department of Electrical Engineering, Dean International Relations, and Deputy Director, Academic and Infrastructure Affairs. He has received several major national awards recognizing his research excellence, which include the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize, Sarno Jayanti Fellowship, J.C. Bose Fellowship, G.D. Birla Award, and the Nasi Reliance Award, among several others. Professor Chaudhuri was conferred with the prestigious title TUM Ambassador by Technical University, Munich, Germany. He is a fellow of Indian National Science Academy, Indian Academy of Sciences, Indian National Academy of Engineering, National Academy of Sciences, India, and IEEE USA. He has served on the Council of INSA and INAE. He has been recognized as a distinguished alumnus of IIT Kharagpur. He has 106 publications and about 225 conference presentations with over 10,750 citations and H index of 50. He has authored 7 monographs and 13 national international patents. He has held editorships of several international journals. He has guided 31 PhD students and 120 MTech students. He is a member of the governing board of Indo-US Science Technology Forum. Professor Chaudhuri is an independent director on the board of Bombay Stock Exchange Limited. I now invite Professor Subhasis Chaudhuri to address the audience. Professor Chaudhuri, please.
Mr. Mohanty, Mr. Modali, Dr. Sapre, Mr. Naik, Mr. Selvin, Mr. Joshi, Dr. Kakodkar, online, distinguished professors, delegates, colleagues, and of course, those awardees, those who are getting degrees, students. First of all, I take this opportunity to congratulate you. It's end of one season, and now some of you would be now embarking on a different type of journey. You have been a student of HBNI for few number of years, but you will be serving whatever the profession you are in for probably next 30 or 40 years. So this learning that has happened over your stay at HBNI, I am sure will put you up in good state. As we know, the technology, and this is predominantly Science and Technology Institute. So this changes very fast, but I'm sure the kind of learning, the kind of training that you got here will really take you forward. Okay. And that's, I think, I hope all of you will be serving the nation with that kind of zeal that the learning gives you today, the advantage that many people in India are not able to get that. You are a privileged group of people having had the opportunity to go through this specific kind of training. Please always leverage it to whatever the journey that you plan to undergo. It's probably, at this point, before coming to a talk, sometimes I just do a little bit of Google, okay, to see what is something interesting figure. So first of all, since, I was reading, like HBNI has produced almost 2,000 PhD students till date. It's a really large number. So the question is that what fraction of the billionaires are PhD holders? Okay. So I don't know the guess what you have, but answer is quite interesting. It's about 9.5%. So that means like almost 1/10 of the billionaires are PhD holders, which means, or it doesn't mean, that all of you will go to that level, because I did not ask the question to the Google that, what is basically how many, what is the probability in terms of if you are a PhD, then you become a billionaire. So that I did not ask. I asked the opposite question, right? So with that joke apart, I think all of you will have a wonderful life ahead, no matter what career you choose. But for today's talk, I thought I'll tell you something more about the time at which you are graduating. It's really a great opportune moment for all graduating students. And there's a reason for that. Everybody would say that, oh, this is the time, it's a good time to start a career. But I tell you what are the reasons I say that this is a good time to graduate? And since it is more like a STEM education, all of you, first thing is that technology today is moving really, really fast, okay? And that means there's a lot can be done. It opens up a vast, I think, opportunity in terms of what new technology can be brought in, how we can make the life more, I would say, pleasurable. Because we as an engineer, for our job is to absorb science for delivering, for the people so that it can make our life a lot easier. That is number one. Number two, this is also the post-COVID era. Whatever the difficult times we had undergone and also experienced ourselves how to do a little bit of adaptation. And based on that, since we have opened up, there are a lot of new things are happening, new industry, new opportunities also you should leverage because now we are fully open and operating, which as a matter of fact, with India being very specific because we have come back to the normal level, whereas in many other countries, including the Western countries, I think that they have not been able to come to the level where they were in the pre-COVID time, simply because the way the people are working today is very different from what it used to be. Okay. In India, now I think we are back, and that should give us a lot of opportunity to look into the way we have been working and not get stuck with the COVID related thing. Third thing, the globalization has gone up way beyond when we were students or anything. Every day, there is a new relationship. There is a new opportunity. It's not that what you do today has to be always confined to the market or whatever the usage only in our country. You can reach almost everywhere, every nook and other corner in the globe. There is also a new geopolitical alignment. New things are happening. We should leverage that. Okay, that's what we have to ensure that. And the last one that I would say, that over the last few years, the entrepreneurship, that activity has gone up quite significantly in India. And many of you, I think it is very nicely summarized in the talk by Prof. Mohanty, saying that what the BRC or Department of Atomic Energy in general, the kind of work they have been doing and how many of them have wonderful opportunities. Okay, being it when you sometimes you say it's a nuclear, and it doesn't mean that everything is dangerous or everything, there are so many opportunities, and it's very nicely explained that I am not in this area, but I could see that there is a lot of potential. And I'm sure that you being from this prestigious organization will be able to leverage that. But at the same time, we should also look at what's happening. As I said, that it's a highly, I would say, privileged kind of a system for you to have gone through this. But India is a big country. Only the graduates of HBNI is not enough. We need to leverage on the demographic dividend. And for that, if you look at it today, roughly our gross enrollment ratio at the higher education is only about 27%. It's way, way lower than some of the advanced countries. Secondly, there is a high variation in the quality of education, not only in the higher level, but also starting from the absolute bottom of the pyramid. So this puts up a lot of challenge that how do we actually, go into a situation where because finally we have to leverage our demographic dividend. But it's our responsibility to ensure that our students, no matter where they are, they could get good education and good opportunities outside. And another thing, which is of course something very specific to places like India, is that is a disproportionate distribution of workforce across primary, secondary, and tertiary sectors of the economy. Now, I may want to explain a little bit more on that because, the reason is that this creates certain kind of social inequity. Okay. It's not that it doesn't happen in the other case, but it's more likely to happen when you have such kind of, I would say, the disproportionate distribution. To explain, let's say in 2021, okay, when you look at the different sectors, the primary sectors, which is typically about, I would say, agriculture and other thing, forest products, which is a primary sector. It's about the GDP fraction that is coming out of that is about 20%. Now you go to the secondary part in the sector, which is manufacturing and many other things that you talk about, primarily manufacturing, let's say, it's about 26%. Okay. And whereas the service, okay, here in India, the total contribution that comes in the GDP is about 54%. Now you may say that's, so if you see that if you have to improve the life of the people, you have to create wealth for the nation so that it can be distributed across all. You need to have more to that part of the sector of the economy, which can pay a bigger dividend, right? That's very natural thing to expect. If you look at the world average, which includes, of course, everybody, typically on the agricultural sector, part contributes only 6.4%, okay, to the GDP compared to roughly about 20% that in India in people contribute. Secondary sector, for our case, it was 26. It's about, and if you go for the services, it's around 63%. So whereas in India, it's around 54%. Now, because whatever the disparity in that you see is coming because we are not able to move our workforce from the primary sector to the corresponding tertiary sector. And that journey has to get materialized through proper learning and training so that people. And if I can give you another example, that it's not that always it's bad. Historically, if you are with the, what I would say, the primary sector, the risk is always less. There is always something at the end of it, unless you have famines and others. Typically, the variation in terms of the earning capability doesn't change. Whereas in high-tech areas, when you do services, new ideas come and suddenly one company may be completely wiped out. Okay, so there is a lot of challenge to stay relevant, and this is true for most of these high-tech companies that you have. Now, if you have to leverage the vision that our Honorable Prime Minister has set it up for 2047 as a developing country, now you have to necessarily take this and move our people to the other sector, which is from, let's say, the primary sector to secondary and tertiary. I give you an example. Let's say about 150 years ago, if you look at US, the total number of population in a part of the population who are involved into their agricultural, okay, it's about 60%. And today, it's around 1.5%. Okay. Produce a lot more than what it used to be done. So if you use a very simple back of the envelope calculation, so that whatever the 60% of the population they were producing, it is being done by 1.5%. Forget about, the way we have gone up in the, let's say, the contribution from different sectors, inflation. So that means individually for this sector, the productivity has gone up by a factor of almost 40. Okay. Whereas earlier, there were very few in those cases service were not there. What has happened is that now most of the people, let's say in US, and others, let's say Europe and many other cases, they move from there to services. Problem, it's not that it is all, because this creates nowadays job, but I mean so there are issues. Simple can be put it into one, set of argument. But if you really have to look into that, India's roughly about 40% of the population still in the agriculture, producing, contributing roughly about 20%. So if you can squeeze this thing down, so definitely you, even including the land reforms, how it can be done, because it has to be done properly. So what is the way to do it. So this is like, if I say that's the preamble, that there is a need to see that we must do something to ensure that the next generation of the people, our gross enrollment ratio goes up. They're more relevant to the way we are growing. And actually, we can move these people more towards that, well-paying sector. And that's what we are requiring. And for that, we need quality of education. And of course, creating opportunities. Now, quality of education is something that I think NEP 2020, if you look at it, there have been a lot of discussions and others. I'll not go into that. But it is expected that roughly 6% of the GDP to be spent on that, which we are not doing anywhere close to that. Okay. Now the question is, India is a large and diverse country. Even there are regional imbalances. The question is, we have to ensure that it goes to every corner. Now, in this particular case, on the other hand, the good thing that we have is our youth today are very, very aspirational. And I can give you one example. I was I think, maybe around 5-6 months ago, I was just with a family break in the Humayun Mountain, okay, and near Almora, okay. Somebody said there is a special kind of temple. It's called Golu Devta temple. I don't know whether you heard of this. Anybody from Almora? I don't know that area. Okay, good. Okay, great. So it seems the temple is very interesting because it is meant for people who are fighting court cases and others, so that if there is a conflict, it's a conflict resolution. Okay. So I pray that, my problem gets sorted, or, whatever the court case I win, whatever the kind of thing. So I take my affidavit, I take my court proceedings and put it there. Okay. And it's full of papers, tons and tons of papers all over, right? And as I was there, suddenly I saw one of the top layer of the, something that attracted my attention. Then of course, I thought these are somebody's privileged communication with the God, whether I should intervene or not. But my curiosity, finally, I said, okay, what the heck, I should look into that. What is it? It's written by young kid, which is as a name, place, their name, everything was there, as well as the place. And the first thing says that, oh God, how are you doing? I hope you are doing well. I said, oh, this is interesting. I have never asked God ever. I've never heard anybody asking God whether he or she is well. Okay. So next thing says, I've been working very hard, okay, on my studies. Okay. And this is, I think, 7th or 8th standard kid. Okay. I mean, I could make out from this. And, kindly bless me so that I score all India rank 1 in JE so that I can get into IIT system. Okay. So it has, in a small village, it is there. So that actually talks about the aspiration level. The people are very keen, and we see it there, they're bright students. Only thing is that we have to create opportunities. And once they do it, I think it will drive the system on its own. Okay. So that's very important. Now, if you really, want to do it, the question is that how we are going to enhance that particular education, we being in a part of the education all through our life. We have been always brainstorming. How do we extend the reach? Now we talk about digital, path. And of course, we had to do it during the COVID time, whether we should continue to do it. What part can be done? What part should not be done or cannot be done? It's about this, but it's something which is there so there is a digital component, okay? And as you know, that moves much faster, okay? Whatever the kind of thing that, the kind of code is every day, says, even in your Android or phone, and everybody says that keep updating your OS or whatever, every, 15 days or 1 month, you get this. So this becomes very difficult for the normal people to keep pace with the way the digital system is moving. It will naturally, it is bound to go much faster. But at the same time, the classical thing, I'm delighted to see that you have physical books that was inaugurated here, okay? And now, of course, you say that we don't go into this because why not? If you have the everything on the Wikipedia or somewhere, there's so much of, the volume of work. And then the advent of artificial intelligence or machine learning is becoming also all pervading in our, no matter what domain that we are talking about. This puts a challenge, definitely, okay, whether the answer paper I'm correcting for a student, whether it is written by the person or it is from ChatGPT, okay? And the interesting thing is that if I cannot do plagiarism check, because next time I try to put the same question, the answer would be different because it's a probabilistic model. Every time it's a different answer. The question is, it is definitely good, but how good it is, okay? The problem is that sometimes when we go into the form of technology, sometimes we forget to touch base with the reality, okay? And keep pushing that the usage of something, and sometimes we are not sure, okay, what we are getting into. I give you an example. So somebody once, just a few days ago, I said, let me do the following, okay? I opened up ChatGPT and said that write an obituary, okay? I wanted to see what it writes, okay? First thing, the way it was written, I've never heard so much of you better than the way I was introduced. Okay, it was like such a flourishing thing. I am really what that. So which means it's extremely diplomatic. So that you know that when you are gone to some obituary, you have to say a lot of praise and everything. So and the English, is excellent. There's no question. So it writes like this. Then the next one is about a life. Okay. So what happens then? It says everything about Subhasis Chaudhuri is more or less wrong. Okay. Because it picked up somebody else. Okay. And said, oh, this is such a person, he works in there and things like this. He has done such a nice thing and all kind of thing. But the funny problem is that when you do the obituary now, look at this. So it says that this is the, the year of birth, and this is usually like in a tombstone you have, this is the end, and that is 2023. Now the question is that this one now goes into their system. Now when I ask this question, and now if you say, like supposing I have to do it few times first, once or twice it may be okay. But supposing I keep feeding it, next time you type, who is that he lived until 2023. Okay, that would be the answer, right? So that means that when you go into this kind of a system, we have to be more, I think broad-based in terms of way to see what to use, what technology, right? It's not that everything we should just be doing blindly. And when you are using it, if you are using it for teaching and other means, we have to be extremely careful, okay? It may be a way to do a certain kind of, I would say, expansion in terms of how we can reach out. It may be better in terms of, on average, the quality compared to some of the places where we have almost very few teachers and no teachers. But I don't think it would be at the level where you have the top teachers and others who really provoke you to think something different will be there. Okay. So our job in that case is that if you have really that many teachers, and also I tell you what, when you look at education as a separate industry itself, okay, countries like US and others, we have about 7% roughly around, that many type of workforce in the educational sector. My understanding in India is much less. Okay, it's not so much. Okay, it's maybe around 3 to 4%. But it's also, you have to look at it's also It's like a service that you are providing. It's a service industry. Okay. And we need to now invest more in terms of such kind of educational places which can provide quality education. And that would be the one who feeds back the output, goes into the system for doing what they should be doing outside in terms of quality jobs, creating new jobs, companies, or even, creating leaders who could probably provide a vision. So I think these are the days it's coming, I'm sure. There are more universities being opened, more higher places, but we probably need to speed up a little bit more. But I'm sure today is the day for all of you who waited for a long time to have a, finally, as an end of journey here at HBNI, and you are launching yourself at somewhere else. So I would like to congratulate you, your family members, parents, all of them. And of course, a special congratulations to those of you who are also received the awards. And I wish you all the best in your life. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that wonderful talk, sir. HBNI would now like to present a memento to our esteemed chief guest. I kindly request Professor Mohanty, Chairman, Council of Management, to do the honors. Thank you, sir. We now move on to the JB Joshi Research Foundation Innovation Awards and Endowment Lecture. At this part of the program, it is most fitting to invite onto the stage the director of the JB Joshi Research Foundation, Professor JB Joshi himself. So I kindly request Professor JB Joshi to join the other dignitaries on the dais. May I request Professor D.K. Mehti to please assist him. In order to formally welcome Professor Joshi, I request our student Vrishta Snata to bring the bouquet to the stage, and may I kindly request our Honorable Vice Chancellor to present him with the bouquet. Thank you, sir. Now kindly invite Professor D.K. Mehti, Associate Dean HBNI, to the podium to brief us about the Innovation Awards and to oversee its distribution.
Thank you, Karuna. Respected dignitaries on the dais, invitees, faculty members, students, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. It is the time now to announce the names of awardees for JB Joshi Research Foundation Innovation Award. Before I announce the names of the awardees, let me talk a few words about this award. HBNI has created JB Joshi Research Foundation Endowment Fund through a donation received from JB Joshi Research Foundation. Based on interest earned from this fund, every year, HBNI arranges one endowment lecture by an eminent researcher and innovator, and also confers innovation awards on selected doctoral students on Foundation Day, that's today. The previous 4 endowment lectures were delivered by Professor Kakotkar, Professor Maselkar, Professor Jean-Marie Laine, a Nobel laureate from France, and Professor Ramarao. This year, this endowment lecture is by Dr. Ajit Sapre, Group President, Reliance Technology Group, Reliance Industries Limited. I'm sure that his august presence in today's event will lead to a strong interaction between HBNI and Reliance Industries in the line of industry-academia linkage as emphasized in National Education Policy 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, Please put your hands together to thank Professor Joshi, Director, JB Joshi Research Foundation, for his generous donation to HBNI to create JB Joshi Research Foundation Endowment Fund. Professor Joshi has made immense contributions to the academic activities of HBNI as Homi Bhabha Chair Professor and Professor Emeritus. Several doctoral students were fortunate enough to interact with him and enlighten themselves in the process of earning PhD degree from HBNI. We are very sure that Professor Joshi will continue to contribute to HBNI with his gracious presence as Distinguished Professor Emeritus of HBNI conferred on him today by the Academic Council of HBNI. Now I would like to talk a few words on JB Joshi Research Foundation Innovation Award 2023. This year, HBNI received 32 nominations, 7 in chemical sciences, 10 in engineering sciences, 5 in life sciences, 9 in physical sciences, and 1 in mathematical sciences. After initial screening by a committee of experts formed by our Vice Chancellor, 8 nominees were shortlisted and invited to make presentations before the committee. Based on the recommendation of the committee and following due procedures, 8 candidates are selected for the awards. Screening at the first stage was based on 4 attributes, and presentation was based on the template provided to bring out the innovative component of their doctoral research. All the 4 selected awardees will receive certificates, and 2 non-employee awardees will also receive cash award of rupees 25,000 each, which will be transferred online. At this point, I would like to thank all the members of the committee for going through the nomination papers critically and interacting with the shortlisted 8 candidates during their presentations. Without further ado, now I announce the names of 4 awardees and invite them to receive certificates one by one from today's esteemed speaker of the endowment lecture. May I request Dr. Ajit Sapre, Professor Joshi to come forward for handing over the certificates. I also request other dignitaries in the dais to come forward. Now I call upon the first awardee, Dr. Srinkhala Gildial, Engineering Sciences, BRC Mumbai. Please give her a big round of applause. She is working in Control System Development Division, BRC, as Scientific Officer area. Next, I call upon Dr. Kathakali Sarkar, Life Sciences, SINP Kolkata. Please give her a big round of applause. She is working as Postdoctoral Research Associate, Department of Bioengineering at Imperial College London. She is participating online. I invite Professor Partho Saha, Dean Academic, Life and Chemical Sciences, SINP, to receive the certificate on our behalf. Okay, the next is Dr. Sandeep K.C., Engineering Sciences, BRC Mumbai. Please give him a big round of applause. He is working in Heavy Water Division, BRC, as Scientific Officer G. The last one is Dr. Madhura Belipadi, Engineering Sciences, IGCOR Kalpakkam. Please give her a big round of applause. She is working as a postdoctoral fellow at University West, Sweden. Hearty congratulations to all the winners. Thank you very much, sir, for honoring the awardees. Please take your seat. With this, I stop here. Thank you, one and all. Over to Ms. Karuna.
Thank you, sir. We now move on to the endowment lecture, To introduce our esteemed speaker, I kindly invite Professor A.K. Dureja, Associate in HBNI and Head HRDD BRC to the podium. And this will be a presentation. So may I request all the dignitaries to take their seats in the front row along with the audience. Thank you.
I'm feeling honored to have Dr. Ajit Sapre, a man of distinct vision, an idol of knowledge and experience, an inspiration to all of us with us today. Today, topic of his talk is climate change, sustainability, and energy transition. It is my privilege to introduce you, sir, to this audience. Dr. Ajit Sapre is the Group President of Research and Technology Wing of Reliance Industries Limited. He received his PhD from the University of Delaware's Department of Chemical Engineering, MBA from Cornell University, USA, and BChem from ICT Mumbai. He has more than 40 years of experience in the petroleum refining and petrochemicals business, technology development and management. His experience includes technical and managerial assignments in research, engineering, business, manufacturing units, and corporate planning. Dr. Sapre has a strong management and technical background in refining and petrochemical processes and catalyst development, chemical reaction engineering, large-scale optimization technologies, computer integrated manufacturing, and intellectual asset management. He has experience in upstream oil and gas, downstream refining, petrochemical, polyester, and renewable energy sectors. He has published more than 100 technical papers, one book, and 3 book chapters. He has more than 200 worldwide granted patents. We are very eager to listen to you, sir. I would like to invite Dr. Sapre to deliver the talk, please.
That kind introduction. Dr. Guru Professor Joshi, distinguished dignitaries, faculty and students. It's indeed an honor and pleasure for me to be here and present at this. A lot of the bright students are graduating and actually they are the future of India. So probably I'll give you my perspective. I've been in climate change area since 1990, from the time the Kyoto Protocol was announced. So this is going to be my personal perspective. It has very little to do with Reliance, to be honest with you. And some of the things I'm going to say are perhaps somewhat stark to raise the bar of conversation. Now, if you look at the bottom right-hand side, this is India is the presidency for G20. And it kind of, essentially the one single message is one Earth, one family, one future. And that's what all about when it comes to climate change. So this talk is actually going to be my personal view. So this is a disclaimer for my lawyers. Basically, it does nothing to say about Reliance's future business strategy. So these are my personal views and take it for what they are. And this is more for generating a conversation so we can raise the bar on what is it we need to do collectively together. So perhaps most of you know that the CO2 concentration is rising in the atmosphere as shown in the top right-hand side of this little chart. And the left-hand side is about the frequency and intensity of various climate events that are occurring all over the world. Certainly the floods, the fires, a whole variety of things are happening in India as well. Very unseasonal monsoons, things of that nature, and that is going to continue to increase. And it is largely to do with the fact that our whole fossil energy system has caused a so-called climate change problem. And going forward, Can you hear me at the back? Anyway, I think if you think about it, there are some predictions that the Mumbai may be flooded by 2050. And certainly the Himalayan glaciers are retreating reasonably fast, 0.6% area per year. And towards the end of the century, we need to worry about not only the flooding of the coastal cities, but the major rivers and the drinking water and the irrigation system for India for more than 1 billion people could be affected. So it's something we need to sincerely take into account. And the humanity must realize its aspirations within the boundaries of the biosphere, because we only have one Earth. Now, this is a simple chart to explain what the challenge is all about. So this is a total energy consumption. And when you put it on this chart, it becomes far more critical to you, the role the fossil fuel has played in terms of humanity's well-being. Not only our numbers have grown, but also the way we live, way we react, the way we conduct our behavior has changed. It has a lot to do with the capitalistic hyper-growth economy. We're talking about, is it sustainable? But energy, renewable energy is actually growing. But to be blunt with you, the entire increase in energy demand per year. So you may get excited about solar, wind, batteries, all this stuff. You can see how minuscule it is compared to the entire fossil. Looking just at the left hand. So this will give you an idea about the magnitude. I'll illustrate this more and more as I go further in my talk. How big is this challenge? So certainly the population has exploding. 1975, we were only about 400 million people. Today, we have 1.4 billion people in mind as well. So anyway, most of you know that the sea levels are rising. More importantly, the sea heat content at the surface temperature is actually increasing faster than any models that we ever put together. The global temperature is rising. And there are all kinds of models that suggest that if we meet our so-called net zero goals, which are by company, by country, probably we could cap it at 1.5 degrees. The 1.5 degrees is gone. You will reach 1.5 degrees in less than 10 years. Even if you were to achieve 2 degrees, that will be a miracle from my perspective. Just to put in perspective, okay, it's factor of 18 times more than the food we eat. It's factor of almost 10 times than the water we in perspective. Just look at the sheer number of people, the amount of food and water we consume, carbon we consume for a whole variety of activities and what they are. I'll come in a few slides. Now, if you think about, some like McKinsey and others, they talk about we need to spend about 10% of GDP. It's kind of interesting. I'd put together an 7 and looking at a 100-year plan for the world. At that time, also, it was about 10% of the world GDP to be spent if we want to become carbon neutral. So that grown, number of people have grown. And in my mind, that's way underestimated compared to the amount of investment. So anyway, will we reach a 2 degrees centigrade by the end of the century, or would we reach one higher? That's really the question. And certainly a lot of people question whether climate change is happening at all. And really the easiest answer that it is happening is looking at stratospheric cooling. If you look at the net energy balance around the Earth and the amount of energy that we receive from sun, by the way, every activity and every energy that is ever consumed, other than the nuclear, is all from sun. I'll talk quite a bit about sunlight and photons a little later in my talk. But it was a theoretical paper in 1967, and actually Professor Minabe and Weatherland, they received a Nobel Prize somewhere in the 90s. But what they predicted was that if the CO2 concentration goes up in the atmosphere, near the surface of the Earth, the climate will warm up. But because of the overall energy balance, the stratosphere will start cooling. And actually, if you think about it, as you rise up, the temperatures first cool, and in the stratosphere they go up. And it's a very small change. Actually, in my previous company, I used to work for ExxonMobil. When we put these models together, they did predict the stratospheric cooling will happen far more refined than what Professor Wanabe and Weatherall predicted. And today's satellite data does predict, in fact, reasonably accurately what those temperature changes are. So this is something one needs to be serious about. So anyway, the global warming is real, and don't listen to any politicians, especially from the US, because the global warming is something is going to be a problem for humanity. It is not for the rich or the poor. Now, just to put in perspective, everybody said about net zero. What exactly is net zero? It's simplistic. It's far more complex than this. Earth has some capacity to absorb and regenerate itself. And what it is that we have exceeded capacity far more than that. And we need to come back to that neutral position. So the bunch of arrows going up is related to our industrial activity or mobility, or even agriculture consumes a lot more CO2. And the amount of CO2 that Earth can reasonably absorb and regenerate itself, we are exceeding that capacity far more. So we need to get back to zero. Now, if you think about historically, I mean, the CO2 is the long-lasting gas. Methane is a lot shorter, like 20, 25 years. But if you think about it historically, India hasn't contributed much in terms of total cumulative CO2 emissions. They're only 3%. But today, the amount of CO2 we're putting in because of GDP growth is equivalent to European Union, if you will. They're 2.3 billion tons per year. And as the economy grows, we need to worry about which is going to grow up. Certainly, we're nowhere close to where China is. But you have to think about what China is. China is really the factory to the world. So it's not the Chinese emissions per se. It's the consumption that has happened. It's based on the Chinese, the coal producing the goods for the world is what causing CO2 emissions. So at one point in 2000, around that time frame, I was thinking what you need is a consumption tax based on carbon, because that will actually tax people on what you consume, not where you produce it, because it's independent of where you produce it. If you think about the global climate as a one system. Certainly, although we have not contributed much, we have a lot to lose. You know, United Nations has this principle of common but differentiated responsibility. The rich country talks about common part of it. They never talk about differentiated part of it. And although we may harp on differentiated part and we may get some insurance and few other things, we absolutely need to contribute because we will suffer the most. In fact, all the climate change, if you look closer to the equator, we'll have much greater variability in our environment, in our seasons, and we'll have a lot to lose. Now I'm going to talk a bit about the food little later, but it is going to affect our food consumption or water consumption. As Indian water table is actually falling much faster than anybody anticipated in the past. Now, why is it such a big problem? And actually, it's kind of simply explained by Bill Gates in his recent book. And if you think about every human activity, listed here by percentages, contributes to climate change in CO2. Now, CO2 production is about 37 billion tons a year. But if you include methane and other greenhouse gases, close to 51 billion tons per year. And if you look at the percentages, making things like cement, steel, plastic, that contributes the most. Plugging electricity, second. Growing things, the food, the plants or animals. And I'll talk a little about biodiversity and loss and everything later. But I guess if you look at it, the mobility where we put all the attention on, in terms of net CO2, is not as much as the other activities. Okay, mobility is something easy to attack. Anyway, so everybody talks about as if we have all the existing technology, we just need to implement it and we'll be home free. To implement existing technology to solve this point. Okay, let me be blunt about it. So you need to invent new technologies and rapidly commercialize them. I'll talk about what they are a little later. But obviously, to do this sort of a thing at a massive change worldwide, we need a coordinated action between the governments, the policymakers, the technology producers, the finance is the most critical part. And to me, this is actually what I call, we are approaching a transformative moment in the human history. And the young people here, by the way, this is your opportunity to meet that challenge. And I'll explain you what the challenge is. Because this is not something simple by I put some solar panels, plant some trees, and we'll be done. No way, almost everybody is talking about how the hell do you get to the net zero? And the country, every country has a plan. Every big industry has a plan. And we have a plan too. So here are some of the activities that are in our plan, and are probably there in almost everybody's plan. So we in Reliance Industries almost working on every activity that is listed in this table, and it's in three broad buckets. Obviously we have to minimize CO2 generation. We have to maximize carbon neutral feedstock, and we have to worry about how the hell we're going to fix carbon. First, the CO2 we produce, and later on we have to worry about can I suck the carbon out of the atmosphere, which is already there. And so anyway, the point here is that the countries which are more dependent on fossil fuels will have to spend a lot more money than 10% of the GDP. Is given, because to get rid of that, the fossil fuel energy, you need to spend more money. So it's kind of common sense. The other point I want to make is that this solution, there is no silver bullet. There will be many solutions which are regionally specific, and different places may have a different implication. So I'll talk about some of these as I go further. Now, I guess as an oil industry person, we always thought that, hey, if we took the carbon out of the ground, we probably had the best experts to put it down again. And in fact, I don't know, my previous company started working in 1990, to be honest, on carbon capture and sequestration. Probably they had the best experience in terms of taking CO2 out and putting it in depleted reservoirs, which are properly well capped. So, it's unlikely that CO2 will escape, even with some seismic activity. But worldwide, there are all kinds of activities going on. In fact, oil industry has the best experience in enhanced oil recovery. It's kind of sad in India, we don't even do EOR or whatever. And I won't go into the details of why we're not doing it. But anyway, EOR will only put 50% of the CO2 that we put in, but you're getting more oil out and you'll be consuming that to make more CO2. From a CO2 perspective, it may not make sense, but from the national security perspective, it may make sense. But regardless, a lot of people are looking at it. We in India are also looking at CCF possibility. But certainly the Indian government has given a tremendous push for net zero, and there are a whole variety of activities are listed here. And I'm not going to read any one of them, because probably you're aware of most of it by reading newspapers. I know we have tremendous effort going on solar energy, and we're talking about 500 gigawatt by 2030. And to keep you honest about it, capacity makes no sense at all, because the operating factor is only 20%. And some IIT study said that because of the dust particles in India, our effective capacity to produce solar is a lot less. Okay, so some people are saying if I clean up the environment, my inbuilt capacity will go up, and that's great for the country. That's fine. But India is doing a lot of things. We have PLI schemes for batteries, for solar. But most importantly, Prime Minister Modi is talking about Amrit Kal and hydrogen economy. I'll comment my views on hydrogen economy. It's my third time around in my career in 45 years. We're talking about hydrogen. I talk about what the opportunities are and what the challenges are. But certainly, if you think about it, we have to do everything. We're talking about biofuels, we're talking about second generation ethanol, third generation ethanol, biodiesel, whole variety of things. People are talking about electric vehicles that are going to solve our problem. To some extent, they will. But at the end of the day, India has ability to do this by 2070. And by the way, India is the only country that is meeting the commitment made for the Paris Accord. No other country in the world is anywhere close to meeting the 2030 goals. It's something we should. But that doesn't mean a very little consequence to the overall global climate change issue. So coming back, so this is what the government of India is talking about. In Amrit Kal, we really want to be a hydrogen powerhouse in the world. We need to think about, and I'll talk a little bit about China, what they did in solar and what they're doing in EVs and batteries. There's something to learn about. We need a much longer term thinking. We need a very detailed plan of how the hell we're going to get there. It is not by just getting some investment and buying some electrolyzers and, maybe you guys are working on some alkaline electrolyzers. We need all of that. We need to improve that by a factor of 10. And I'll tell you why. So anyway, the challenge technically is large, but there are other challenges too. But let me just talk about being a technical person, talk about some technical issues before I get to social and a bunch of other issues. Now, certainly Reliance has made a lot of announcements, and they can be captured in this one simple slide. New Reliance for New India. And what we're talking about is that we're building, as we speak, 4 gigafactories. One is for the solar PV. Solar PV is going actually in a great talking about batteries, we're talking about fuel cells, we're talking about green hydrogen through electrolyzers. And so we made a lot of different acquisitions or partnerships with various startups all over the world. And hopefully some of them will make a big difference. My boss, Mr. Ambani, is quite bullish. He's going to create a big business for us. And it will create a big business, don't get me wrong. Is it enough? Because our target as a company is to meet the goal by 2035, our net zero target. And we'll certainly meet that, whether it is scope 1 is easy, scope 2 and scope 3. Scope 3 is basically I'm accounting and taking into account your emissions as a consumer of my fuels as well as my responsibility. And we'll get there because we'll be offsetting that with various other things, including a huge amount of solar energy, if you will. Now let's talk about solar. And we have to actually thank China because they reduced the cost of solar business by a factor of 100, not by 1 or 2, factor of 100 over the last 30 years that they've been working at it, okay? The solar panel would not have been cost effective today had it not been for China and all the effort they put in. They took the technology for somewhere else. The learning curve and the amount of effort they put in to get the cost down is what the picture on the top left side says. And if you really want to be the hydrogen leader in the world, something to think about. How would you cut the cost by a factor of 100? It's not by a factor of 1 or 2 that's going to get you there. And I'll tell you what the challenges are. By the way, so we're not only putting in a big factory to make polycrystalline and we make the entire panels, and obviously we will also put in a big scale in India and especially in the run of Kutcha. But we're also looking at latest generation technology to make polycrystalline. We're looking at a lot of more advanced fluid bed systems rather than making the way we make it today, which is shown on the bottom part of the picture here. Now, the funny thing is that if you talk to the solar guys, they talk about LCOE, life cycle cost of electricity production from a project. It's a best economics. The interesting part is that it doesn't guarantee you a delivered electricity, because to guarantee you a delivered electricity, you need a storage. I'll talk a lot about storage and what exactly do we need. Because when we have a grid and when we have coal plants and nuclear plants to back it up, yeah, okay, solar energy is doing something useful. LCO is not sufficient. I mean, LCO is certainly much better than the coal plants, even matching the natural gas plants. And certainly natural gas in India is far more expensive than in the US. But given this, obviously we need to do solar, wind, everything. It's all necessary, but not sufficient. And I'll explain as I go further. So anyway, this is the solar story, and you have to learn something from what China did. I'll say the same thing about the batteries and EVs, and people are all excited about EVs, and it's as if it's going to solve your problem. The problem is that where is the electricity going to come from? If the electricity going from coal, you're not solving any problem. You just transport it from the petroleum to coal. All this will do is you clean up your cities and pollution in the cities. But from a climate change perspective, unless the electricity is 100% renewable, EVs by themselves will not do anything. By the way, in the Indian context, the EVs will do something for cleaning up our cities. The EVs, in my opinion, will take off in two-wheelers and three-wheelers. In four-wheelers, even when I talk to Tatas and others, although they're selling, the progress is not as good. And CNG as a transition fuel, or natural gas as transition fuel, is something going to happen worldwide. The best opportunity the world has to buy about 0.25 or 0.5 degrees is to worry about how the hell we're going to limit the methane emission, because that's the low-hanging fruit. Now, in India, for example, we are going from LPG to now gas, pipe gas, right? If we don't change your burners, I'll be blunt with you, you are releasing some natural gas in the atmosphere. So people are moving from LPG to CNG, if you will, or natural gas. You need to change your burners if you want to be most efficient in terms of burning, as well as trying to minimize methane escape. It's becoming a big issue right now in the US as well. But the point I'm trying to make is that this is not a one single bullet. You got to do many things. Now, I guess people are talking about hydrogen fuel cells. In fact, I have been involved with hydrogen fuel cells in '95. I built one of the first hydrogen fuel cell cars somewhere in the '97 timeframe, and technology wasn't ripe there at all. And in fact, when I came back to India, I started working with MCL and a few others. We built our own fuel cell for our stationary power generation to provide energy for geo towers. But I'll be blunt with you, we just never could compete with the Chinese and the Koreans. In terms of cost, in terms of performance, in terms of size, none of it. Now we are looking at, we are actually part to bring the skills of doing it at a cost and scale that it really needed on a fuel cell. Fuel cells has some potential for heavy duty vehicles, whether they're trucks or long haul, because the battery weight, dead weight itself keeps going up, and you cannot afford to have a long distance EV vehicles, despite what the Musk and others. Such a thing is not practical. Now you just think about who dominates the battery business and electrical vehicle business. It's China. China controls the entire supply chain for all the materials needed for battery business today. And lithium ion is the only player in the game. I'll talk about sodium ion and others as I go. But you have to think about what did the Chinese do. They not only own the largest capacity in the world, but they have the best companies in the world in this business. And they've been thinking about it for more than 20 plus years. And here are some of the policy interventions they took very early on. And they were doing it to clean up their cities, not necessarily to solve climate change problems, to be blunt with you. China is the biggest auto market in the world. 33% of the cars sold today are in China, and more than 50% of them today are sold as electric vehicles, one way or the other. And there are a whole bunch of things they have done. Alone has a much larger percentage of the fast charging electrical chargers than entire United States put together. Just think about it, no? And they're building huge investments everywhere in China to have the charging infrastructure for the EV sector. Not only that, I mean, you may not have heard some of the names like BYD and CATL. I mean, CATL is leading the battery business. In fact, they're the ones who actually introduced sodium ion battery, automotive car, not too long ago. And when I was involved with SECRI as their research council leader, First thing I did was made investments. Actually, I didn't make an investment. I convinced that we need to put investments from the government of India to put up at least a demo plant for lithium ion. And we're talking about them on sodium ion, but we moved very slowly on sodium ion itself. But certainly, if you think about it, the other thing the Chinese have done very well, in order to acquire technology, they've been acquiring companies. They bought Volvo, they bought Fisker, or they also bought 10% of Daimler to understand what the best German high-end cars actually do. So they're integrating the technologies from the West much faster than anybody else. They're also hiring the people who actually contributed to many technology development, but also the designs. In fact, they're hiring the best designers from Germany and Japan. Because if they're to sell the car in, and actually, to be honest with you, I was just in America a few months ago. A lot of the Chinese companies have come in under different names, okay? And their cars look very slick, to be honest with you. I will not be surprised if they overtake Teslas and other car companies in not too distant future. And just think about the last line. Most of the electricity that is being consumed is based. It is not going to do anything to improve climate change. If at all, just like the China became the factory to the world and our CO2 concentrations are going up, same thing will happen. And despite they being a leader in solar, without a long duration, large scale storage, this is just nothing. But just think about it, no, that when you look at actual cost of delivery of electricity in California and Germany, Germany has the highest solar penetration in terms of whatever energy policy they came up. The cost of electricity has gone up simply because they need to put expensive storage. The assuredness. I'll talk a little bit more about this as I go forward. So the world move from the Middle East oil dominance and will be replaced by the Middle Kingdom EV dominance. That's really the question in front of us. I mean, this may happen just because the world is so far behind in terms of both the EV technology and in terms of the battery technology. Now, I guess from a battery perspective, I'm just showing you how the costs have come down for lithium ion. Again, just because of the sheer capacity and continuous improvement the Chinese have done. And that's shown on the top right-hand side of the chart. Cost is actually in the electrodes, right? And so all bunch of these companies will be partnering. And if I look at all the startups, they gave us something, but they're not giving us the entire package. So I need to put that together. So we're doing a lot of work on both the making our own electrodes and making them from a petroleum bottom part of the refining. And we are actually making a pretty good quality graphite and the we're making nanotubes and the graphene, but that's material for this talk. Working on different parts of the components of the battery. So with advancement that are going on somewhere else, we can put together a competitive battery. Now, in terms of battery technology, I talked a little bit about lithium ion. Our focus is on sodium ion. And we bought ferradium and we have other engagements. Although its energy density is not as good as lithium ion, whether different chemistries you look at. And the funny thing is that CATL just announced that their sodium ion battery is going to compete with lithium ion batteries as well. It's kind of interesting, And in fact, I was listening to some CATL chief. He's saying, oh, maybe my densities one day could be so high, I can put in the small aircrafts as well. I don't know, it's just a rhetoric to show that he's moving pretty fast on improving energy density of sodium ion. But whatever it is, they're working very hard. Now, the other part, if you look at Indian Oil, they're looking at air aluminum battery. It's not a rechargeable battery. So essentially, you have to be in a business of replacing that infrastructure, of saying, how would I replace these batteries? They're doing this for two-wheelers and three-wheelers, and maybe this will happen in the auto cars as well. But my experience in the US, when I was trying to do something like this, where I want to say, hey, I got a better technology. This was the time when people are talking about removing sulfur from the fuel. And actually, we had developed the exhaust. And I showed them, the overall cost to the world would be a factor of 10 lower. But no auto company would trust an oil company and give a critical component to them. That was my experience, okay? So I don't know this whole business about the battery swapping business, how far it would go if it is given to a guy who's going to sell you not only electricity, but diesel and petrol. And also, oh, by the way, I got battery for you too. I don't know, maybe the trust will be there. The auto, by the way, okay? Maybe things will change if we own the entire supply chain. So anyway, that was all about what we're doing with others. But let me talk about what I'm doing in my R&D. And there's something probably the world doesn't know. Because a lot of the things you can hear about what Reliance is doing in newspapers, probably you know better than I do, because I don't read newspapers these days. I just read the Bollywood section. That's entertaining enough. The rest of the stuff, I leave it for others to tell me what's going on. So anyway, this is the outline of my rest of my talk. And you don't need to read any of them because you'll see some of it. But the most important communicate to you is that when I came in, the first thing I said is that whatever problem I'm trying to solve, there are three things we absolutely must do. We must integrate science, we must integrate engineering, we must engineer economics, and you need to have some dash of common sense. Even if you do all these three things, it's not sufficient. You need to look at this. And by the way, when I get involved, I look at everything from a molecular level, if that's what is needed, which product is delivered. So I'll talk a little bit about this when I talk, various institutes, what my experience in India has been. But anyway, this is, if you look at this way, then this is something to help you to commercialize. And by the way, I commercialized many technologies in India as well, and not just when I was in the US. So this is the very first slide I had put together 15 years ago. Nothing has changed even today. And the business was very simple. Any company is always going to, it's like a buy versus build. You're always going to buy a technology that is available. And a lot of the times, many people say, hey, we have the best technology. But what is best technology? Best available technology is what you're implementing. It's better than the best technology. Otherwise, what you have available is available to everyone else. And our advantage is nothing but economies of scope and scale and labor, not technology. Okay? It's a misnomer to say I have best technology. Because what I can buy, anybody else can buy. What's the difference? So what I told my people is that I'm going to take you on this value chain and you move you from left to right. And my aspiration is that I'm going to be best in the world. Nothing short of that. Best in the world. That's all I want. That's my only performance criteria. And I'll show you some of the things we've done best in the world. And by the way, all of these technologies are scaled up to a large-scale demo or even large-scale pilot plants or even a demo. So young Indians are capable of doing if you set the vision and you give them freedom to work. And one thing I did, and I'll talk this about again at the end, there's no sir, yes sir in my organization. If somebody comes and says, you're full of shit, I said, fantastic. Now we can have a real conversation, okay? That's the honesty and integrity you need to have about a conversation when you're talking about technical subjects. So anyway, we've done many things which I call flagship, which are really first to the world. And there are many things, but I'm just in the context of carbon neutrality and net zero. There are 4 technologies, and I'm not going to go through detail. A couple of them I'll illustrate. The one on the left is actually I'm very proud of. It's something I had done in mobile in 1980s. Before we had CN5 invented, we want to increase the octane, the gasoline. So I invented something called riser quench. I was introducing naphtha at a much higher position on the riser to increase the gasoline octane. When I came to India, I said, look, one day we're going to run out of capacity of the zeolites to improve performance of our risers, and we need to make hardware changes. See, when we invented JSM5, I could get octane or whatever the hell I wanted by adding additive. I didn't need to make a hardware change. So when I built a pilot plant in Jamnagar, I built with multiple injections up and down the riser. And that's what called multi-zone catalytic cracking. Actually, this is something that's been demonstrated large scale about 8 years ago. We've been somewhat slow in implementing because this will help us to get rid of gasoline and diesel. And Mukesh Bhai says, hey, my gasoline demand, it's ready. But others are implementing it, by the way, because none of our patents are going to be there forever. And technology is perishable. It doesn't sit on the shelf forever. So now Aramco, whom we were talking about, is now trying to commercialize similar technology with accents in Korea. But what they're doing is still 10% lower in terms of performance than what I have developed here in India. And 10% in the hydrocarbon business is enormous benefit, by the way. So that is the left-hand side called MCC. One on the right-hand side is I probably have the best technology to concentrate CO2 from flue gas. Now, we don't need it in Reliance, primarily because we are gasifiers and I make pure CO2. But when I was given the problem about algae, and I'll talk about algae and why it is still valuable, the CO2 was one of the important costs as a feedstock. And so I gave a target that I want to make a CO2 at $10 a ton. And when we developed this adsorption, desorption process, better than any amine process, whether it's tertiary, quaternary, whatever, mass transfer, everything we learned in UDCT, this thing is a bit better. And I'll talk about this in just towards the end. But I'm going to focus on the two in the middle. One about a catalytic gasification, and other is about hydrothermal liquefaction, catalytic hydrothermal liquefaction. And one is about green hydrogen, and I'll introduce a new term called green oil. And I'm going to leave a message that if you're excited about green hydrogen, you should be more excited about green oil, and I explain you why. So anyway, let's talk about hydrogen because everybody's excited about hydrogen. And hydrogen will do some good for hard to decarbonize industries like steel and cement. Mobility, it may play, in my opinion, minor role just for heavy duty. And it's kind of funny, the Chinese and others are focusing on batteries and EVs, and the Koreans and Japanese are saying hydrogen is a long-term solution. So hydrogen, you have to understand, hydrogen infrastructure we've been trying to build in California for 30 years. And now the British Columbia and others, because of the green energy and hydroelectric plants, they say, oh, they can try and do it. So it may have a selective location advantage. I wonder whether it's good for everyone. But anyway, having said that, if India wants to replicate what China did for solar and EV and want to do it for hydrogen, we have to think very hard on how would we do it. It's not by just collecting few people and looking for some investment. You need a long-term plan, very detailed plan. Now, what I'm showing in this chart is something simple. I mean, I think Indian government is probably driving it to not for necessarily to meet our net zero goals, but to actually achieve somewhat freedom for imported energy. And energy and GDP, they go hand in hand, just like I showed you population. So energy is without energy, you cannot do anything to live a modern life. Otherwise, you have to go back to the cave, back to the caves. So anyway, having said that, since we are an aspirational society, we want to climb the ladder of prosperity, we need energy. What sort of energy? So let's say we want hydrogen. Today, all hydrogen produced is SMR, steam methane reforming. So in that little chart, my cost at Jamnagar is about $1.50 a kilogram. Okay. So left-hand side of the chart is a cost, and right-hand side is CO2 emissions. Obviously, I have the biggest gasifiers in the world, so I can make hydrogen from that too. But if I don't sequester CO2, it's still going to emit a lot of CO2 to make that hydrogen. But what I have developed here is something called catalytic gasification, which I'll show in the next slide. And actually, I had developed this not for biomass to green hydrogen. I developed it to actually monetize India's high ash coal. And this is the only technology that can take 45% ash and reliably convert it. And I know something about gasifiers because I built 10 of the largest gasifiers ever built by mankind in Jamnagar. And I know what their challenges are and why this is so much better. Anyway, people are talking about electrolyzers because, rich people can afford it. Maybe let the Europeans do it and we'll learn something from them, in my opinion. Because, at the end of the day, what is the idea? Idea is, okay, I have excess solar energy and I need to store it somewhere. And maybe best way to store it is in hydrogen by electrolyzers. It sounds like a simple concept. Whether the cost would work and whether you can get on a learning curve fast enough to bring the cost down, I don't know. But today, I can make hydrogen from my catalytic gasifiers at the same cost as SMR when I scale it up. So, when I was thinking about, can I solve the problems in northern cities where our farmers burn the crop? And so essentially, I can take this agri-residue and I can convert that to green hydrogen. It not only takes my waste and make a useful value, it also stimulates the rural economy. That's important for agrarian society, still agrarian society. We heard before about how many people are employed in GDP contribution, so on and so forth, and how we need to get into manufacturing. So we need to do something about agriculture. This is one way to do it. It will also solve the pollution problem. And obviously, Indian government is incentivizing some other things, which probably, from a technical perspective, may not be that effective. So what we develop is actually entirely new, and I'll put the word inventions, because you'll hear inventions more often than innovation. And don't get me wrong, we need innovations. But to me, innovation is doing something incrementally better than what somebody has done. To truly solve the climate change problem by this century, by 2050 or whatever, we need to invent new things that don't exist. And don't fall into this, that as if all the technology exists, all I need is a lot of money. There's no money in the world to spend to put all this existing technology to work. Otherwise, what Bill Gates said up front, maybe I should explain to you, there's something called green premium. Other than the heat pumps in the West, there's no single technology that can compete with the hydrocarbons because there's a green premium. It's far more expensive than what we are doing with fossil fuels today. And everybody's working on reducing that green premium, right? I can say that this technology has zero green premium because I can make the hydrogen at the same cost as steam methane reform. Now, I've been very slow in scaling this up, but right now we are putting a big demo plan. I've done this at a very large scale pilot plant. Now, where I came from in the past, I would not have put any demo plan. With the science I know and the scale up capability we understand as engineers, the scale at which we have done, which is like, the pilot plants are the size of this building, right? Enough knowledge to take it that from there to commercial plant. The only problem is the commercial plants cost a couple of $1 billion. So people want some assurance in between to de-risk it, as they say. It's okay. That's something we can do, but this is what we've done. So what we've done here is actually a gas, it's a solid chemistry. So the catalyst actually goes from a solid, works on my carbon particle. In this case, it's a biomass, agri residue. Same thing will happen with coal. And the way the chemistry works is that it doesn't escape my reactor. It comes back to the catalyst because the way we operate it, the way the CO2 concentration works. And this is more like an FCC unit. So I don't need a pure oxygen that I need for my thermal gasifiers. Now, India has a mission to gasify 100 million tons of coal by 2030 of energy independence. And every time I go to Niti Aayog and the coal ministry, and then by the way, they invited me to talk about this again. Because I keep on telling them, buying some existing thermal gasifiers, or even what we claim, we got something from the US in 1995 in our local national lab doing gasification. So it's a thermal process. It's not catalytic. It's not as efficient. It's not as much hydrogen is going to make as I do. And by the way, my gasifiers are 40% cheaper in capex and operating cost. There's no way anybody can compete with these gasifiers once I commercialize them. But the fact is that every time I go talk to somebody, they say, has it been done before? So unless we have that courage of conviction that I'm going to put that $1 billion or $2 billion, we're not going to overcome this. We'll always be a follower to somebody. I talk about what fast followers will not achieve by the end of the century if you have that attitude. By the way, all the thermal gasifiers, when you gasify biomass, they produce tar. And that tar is a problem. You have to do something secondary downstream of the process. Here, there's no tar produced because the catalyst, everything is converted. So it's a tremendous advantage. We are actually putting a demo plant, and that will happen in Jamnagar. Now, there's a lot of talk about 111. In fact, DOE has a target of $1 a kilogram. Mukesh Bhai also at $1 a kilogram. But what does it mean? I can produce at $1 a kilogram one day. What matters is the delivered cost to a consumer. What happens to hydrogen today? Today, I produce and consume at the same place. There are only a few places like Rotterdam or somewhere there's a little bit of hydrogen pipeline. Okay? This whole idea that I can transport hydrogen and can be used anywhere, that will happen if we invent new things. Because the transportation and storage cost, just because the low energy density material, you have to add another $2 to $4 a kilogram, depending on where you are, to your $1 a kilogram production cost. So it's far more expensive. It's good for rich countries to spend money and feel good, okay? For us to do that, we need to invent a bunch of things. We need to get on a learning curve. We need to break the electrolyzer cost by a factor of 5. And if the Chinese could do the solar by a factor of 100, that should be our objective. Maybe you guys are working, somebody heard you're working on some electrolyzers. Please take this as a challenge. Your challenge is to reduce cost by a factor of 10. Even 5 is not good enough if I want to do the storage. I'll just give you a perspective on how much hydrogen you need, okay? In a typical fertilizer plant, you need 500 tons per day of hydrogen. To run my Jamnagar refinery, I need 1,500 tons per day, okay? And if you're going to rely on intermittent solar to use electricity to electrolyze and make hydrogen, you got to figure out how much I'm going to store, and I'll tell you how much you have to store, okay? In the best case scenario, you need to store for 15 days. There's no technology that exists to store 15 times 1,500 tons per day today, except for caverns. There are no such caverns where you have to use it. Let me be blunt about it. Now, are you going to say, and the trouble, other thing is that solar is somewhere else, where you need to consume is somewhere else. I mean, the best solar location for us is in Run of Kutch, right? Most of the industry is somewhere in Maharashtra and Gujarat. Yeah, you got to think about how the hell you're going to transport this large amount of hydrogen and how you're going to store it. So this needs new inventions. This is not some incremental innovation of what others are doing, okay? Let me be blunt about it. This is what you need to do. And I'll talk about ammonia, methanol, a bunch of other stuff people talk about. Some merit, but ain't going to solve large-scale problem. Anyway, so this is all about hydrogen, green hydrogen. And I have introduced this new term called green oil because I'm trying to stimulate a whole bunch of conversation. And I'll come to why. So what are you doing here? Okay, this agricultural residue is spoken for many things. It's spoken for my hydrogen. I said, okay, I can make oil out of it as well. So we develop a simple technology, and the scale of the plant, you can see that. It's a fairly large plant, okay? So I can convert the agri residues and other organic residues to essentially light oil. I'm calling it green oil because if I say oil, nobody understands it. All of a sudden, then you look at crude oil. You keep on telling them the crude oil is a fossil, is the old sun. Here, this is within the same carbon cycle of today's sun. Everything you eat comes from the sun. Every waste you generate is nothing but a stored energy from sun. So that waste, if I can convert, okay? And that's what I'm calling it green oil, because it's renewable at the end of the day. It's same sunlight that has produced those photons to make your carbon hydrogen bond in the food you eat, the waste you generate. If I can convert that to green oil, that's what it is. And if I look at agri residue, we have about 35 million tons of green oil production here in India. Now, obviously, it is, whether I make a aviation fuel out of it or use it as a battery. And I'll tell you why I want to use it as a battery, just to illustrate the point. So anyway, if I think about, I had shown you the energy consumption, maybe I should explain you. The bottom part was the biomass that world has been using all along. That is unorganized way of using biomass. And what we are trying to do in Reliance is that we're going to organize this whole biomass with our capabilities. There are two capabilities that we have. One is a digital technology offered by Geo, and by the way, Geo works much better in villages than in cities probably. And the second is our retail presence. Our retail presence is there all over the country. So we're going to use our retail presence as the agri hubs to not only provide services to the agricultural sector, but to actually way in which we can organize the collection, storage, and consumption. So we set up an entire division, and that's what we're calling a bioenergy division. And they also have a bioenergy technology center. I mean, historically, we're using biomass all our life anyway. So all we're doing is organizing it so that it becomes cost effective and we can use our scale. Now, what do you do with the biomass? And people have all kinds of ideas. I can make CNG because government is giving incentives. I think, some people say I can make hydrogen like I talked about before. We make some of that hydrogen in the places where it makes sense. But in my mind, making green oil makes more sense. And I'll explain you why. The other opportunity is really municipal solid waste or any waste, whether it is the ETP sludges or all the waste that we're sending today to, Chowpatty or Arabian Sea. All our human waste, if we can convert that, whatever is remaining carbon to oil. So I call that, we have a catalytic technology, by the way, and this is the most efficient. And just to give a perspective, if I were to do all the organic waste in the Indian cities, and if I convert that to green oil and convert that green oil to aviation fuel, it's more than our total aviation demand of India today. And we're talking of blending only 1% in aviation fuel to meet our target now and 5% by 2025, right? We can do almost all of it if we decide to do that. But certainly, should I make an aviation fuel out of it from this light crude I produce? Or should I use it as electricity if the world is going to get electrified? That's an interesting question. So this is the size of the pilot plant I have in the graphic. It's for a whole variety of biomasses, agri-waste, and there is organic content. I know also my algae I'll talk about. And now look at the chart, the table, the left-hand side. Comparing of green oil to bio-CNG and 2G bioethanol. Ethanol exists only because of subsidy the government of India is giving. And the same is true for bio-CNG. The only problem in India is that there is subsidy for a finished product. What I'm producing is an intermediate light crude oil. I'm calling it green oil, right? There's no subsidy for it. Only if I make a finished product. Doesn't want to think about making green oil from all the waste we have. And they say, why can Reliance do it? Why do you need subsidy? Blah, blah, blah. The problem is that business to get involved with, like any business for that matter, want to have some control over the entire value chain. I cannot depend on the vagaries of somebody else to give me feedstock at whatever cost, right? And we are not in the business of managing municipal solid waste. But there are companies in the US, by the way, who are interested in this. And I'll show you, maybe it's more promising to do this somewhere else. because I've been talking about this for the last 6, 7 years and made no difference. The other important point I want to make is that you just look at the amount of material feed that gets converted to product, okay? Percent of the biomass gets converted to oil, and 70% of the energy in the feed ends up in the energy in oil. That's the highest compared to anything else. And country that is resource poor in everything, when you talk about energy efficiency, all the other efficiencies, why not talk about resource efficiency? When you do economics, we should also look at resource efficiency. This is the best resource efficiency technology. And by the way, today, Goa, Mumbai, Pune, the green oil cost for me is $32 a barrel. 32 barrels without even CO2 credit, nothing, right? Let's go somewhere else. So here I'm just showing the tipping fees, and they're highest in the US, especially in California, because they're trying to get waste management, essentially the dumps, right? It's accumulating dirt and making gas that actually is creating more methane to be worried about. So if I go to California, the green oil well produced is actually at $77 negative. So they're paying me money to get rid of, right? And so I guess after 5, 6 years of struggling to do something in India, I actually seriously thinking about it. Maybe I should just take it to California, somewhere in the US. People may start thinking about. And by the way, there are a lot of thermal processes. It deoxygenates the oil. So it increases the calorific value of the oil that they produce. It's not like a thermal oil that is hard to do anything with. It's easy to store, easy to convert. It's a very light crude. So anyway, this is what we have developed. We are again slow to commit. I won't talk much about this, but basically I'm saying, I had given a target to my team that I want to concentrate CO2 from flue gas. This is before I had built my gasifiers. And my target was $10 a kilogram. Today, I'm somewhere in the neighborhood of $20, $25 a kilogram. That's still lower than anybody else in the world. On the table, I'm comparing the efficiency with which we do compared to conventional amine processes or a spheric hindered amine processes, okay? The amount of energy I need is a lot less. The overall cost, I used to have cost numbers. The people told me not to talk about cost numbers. I'm not showing them here. But the point I'm trying to make is it's a solid absorption, desorption process. It doesn't involve any liquid. So my regeneration costs are much lower because delta T between the absorption and desorption is not lower, right? And this material I can continuously improve. I mean, I stopped this work 7 years ago. Because I said, okay, I have pure CO2. I don't need to worry about concentrating. But somewhere in the world needs this technology. Then what do I do? People have all kinds of ideas. People are working on a lot of small stuff, make plastic. This plastic business is 1/10 of the oil business. Okay, petrochemical business is 1/10, and the plastic is a lot. I'm going to make a diddly squat. I'll talk about plastic if I have time. But anyway, there are two big opportunities which are shown on the top right-hand side of the chart. One is you make some building material. There are all kinds of companies, from CO2 curing to making low-quality aggregates. And people are excited about it because India is a country where we're doing infrastructure, we're building all kinds of things. Maybe it's a good thing. I looked at most of these things and maybe, they need some improvement. But yeah, there's some merit. It's not going to consume the amount of CO2. So the only thing that can consume that CO2 is to convert it back to fuel. Okay. And this is the problem that was given to me about 8, 9 years ago. And every Pandit I talked to said this is a foolish thing to do. It may be foolish, but it is not that needed to solve real climate problem. What it was this. If you look at that fuels part, it can consume large amount of CO2. I'm basically doing a circular economy for CO2. I'm taking CO2 out and converting back to fuels. I can make CO2 again, right? What's the difference? And that was what I call algae technology. And what it is that, see, at the end of the day, all energy comes from sunlight, whatever the hell you want to think about it. And nuclear, in a way, is only sunlight. I mean, there is a big fusion reactor up there and it's creating energy that you have been using for so many millions of years. Dinosaurs got buried, biomass got buried for millions of years and created oil. That arc at HCl I was talking about is nothing. What am I doing? The same process that happened for millions of years of converting biomass to fossil fuels, whether it is coal, gas, or oil, I'm accelerating with a catalyst and doing it in hours, actually minutes, less than 45 minutes, right? I'm doing the same thing that happened in the Earth's belly over millions of years to convert the old biomass and all the old dinosaurs that got buried to oil, for instance. I'm making it now on the earth using today's sun. That's the whole thing. So here, what do I do now? I'm using sunlight, I'm using CO2, I'm using seawater, and I'm going to grow algae. By the way, for all the tree huggers, it's good to plant some trees, don't get me wrong. But if you believe that oxygen you breathe comes from the trees, I have a news for you. Oceans of the earth, that's where the oxygen is produced by this algae. Algae is the same microorganism that converted Earth's atmosphere to CO2 to oxygen atmosphere that we breathe today. Okay, so you have to thank God to algae, various kinds of algae, by the way. So what am I doing? Algae grow fast, their consumption of a CO2 is factor of 50 more than any plant. And if I want to convert CO2 to something to biomass, what am I doing? I'm using sunlight's photons to breaking up the CO2 and water and making carbon, hydrogen, oxygen bond. So you have to think at that level and figure out how the damn these photons split in the biological systems, right? If you understand that, you can understand why this is so important. So if you just look at superficially, I grow something, I convert something, and there are a lot of startup companies got involved with. There are all kinds of fancy biology. I said, okay, I learned something about synthetic biology. It's necessary, not sufficient. What am I trying to do? It's an energy problem. It's not some biology problem of doing something fancy to whether I can talk biology to anybody. Whether I'm trying to some Rubisco protein or some back end to convert my ATP and ADPH more efficiently or move for that's absolutely irrelevant. Because I hired some 100 gene jockeys when I started this whole business. And then every day somebody will come and tell me, I said, look, I don't care what you think. You get rid of all this stuff. I'm in the business of converting damn photons most efficiently to something that is called biomass. That's all I'm care about. Everything else is secondary to me. Because I can convert the biomass to green oil far more efficiently than any biology will ever do. So anyway, we looked at it and I had to de-risk every piece of technology. Nothing existed. Okay? Everything from harvesting to cultivation to getting the water out so I can get the biomass slurry and make oil. Because all the technology available was not cost competitive to meet my targets. Okay? So today I can make at a large scale, and at one point I said, okay, I can convert the entire run of Kacha into green oil field, right? I sold this idea to many people. They said, okay, great, let's do. Today, I can make it $140 a barrel without any subsidy. Okay? And people laugh at me, hey, $140 a barrel, hey, oil to udhar milta hai. I can buy it for one day it is $30, one day it's $70. I keep on telling them, that is your fossil fuel that is creating the problem. This is green oil. This is from today's sun, today's biomass. And when I had done this economics for the world in 1997, my feeling was world needs $100 ton minimum CO2 tax if you really have to solve the climate change problem. Okay, $100 a ton. And that was in 97. I wonder today if it is $100 a ton or more. And if you add $100 a ton to this damn thing, okay, I'm less than $60, $70 a barrel. Why is it that difficult? Anyway, this is the way you have to think about it. This is the way I think about it. I may be stupid. What did I do? Anyway, I'll show you the facility. This is a large-scale facility we have, about 60 acres. And I had a dream that one day I could convert the entire run of Kutch where nothing is running, just scorpions and snakes. Obviously, I'm converting that to solar panels today, but I'll tell you why the solar panels and my understanding of photosynthesis helps me. But just, I think this you have seen before, but it's worth for people who have not seen this.
Our world runs on oil, for fuel, for food, for life. For much of human history, we have relied only on three sources of oil: plant oils, animal fats, and petroleum to meet all of our needs. Reliance has found a fourth source in the form of a billion-year-old organism, which grows 20 to 30 times faster than food crops and holds the key to solving the world's energy problem sustainably. Algae, the green gold. We are scaling up this technology at Gagwa, near Jamnagar, where Reliance's flagship refinery is located. Given proximity to the refinery and coastline, CO2 and seawater are available in abundance at the site. The solar irradiance is ideal for algae cultivation.
Anyway, I mean, my ponds are probably the largest, somewhere in the neighborhood of 2.5 to 3 acres. And my vision was to build 10-acre ponds because it's simple. More larger they are, the more stable they are, higher their productivity. But anyway, since I started with understanding something about science, I said this is my perfect opportunity to understand about something about the most basic reaction on planet Earth, which is photosynthesis. If I understand something about photosynthesis quantitatively, I can do many things. I can solve my food problem. Forget about the oil problem. But if I can solve the oil problem, I solve the food problem, right? So what I did is I said, all these biologists would come and tell me, "Arey, why are you?" Yes, I go, forget about it. I need to understand quantitatively the kinetics of photosynthesis. And one day I said, okay, let's get all the best photosynthesis experts, including Nobel laureates, lock them up for 7 days and understand. And they keep on saying this is a very impossible problem. Because biologically, what happens when the photon hits, splits water, it's actually quantum physics, quantum biology, okay? And that efficiency is 100%, to be honest with you. The biology needs to actually slow it down so it can survive, right? So net efficiency of agriculture is very low. Maybe some of you may know what the C3 plant and C4 plants are. C3 plant efficiency at best is 3%. And C4 plants like sugarcane, you get to 5.5% depending where you are. And I won't bother you with the biology of it. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, I need to worry about how do these photons and the energy of the photons get converted to energy of biomass. And the data I'm showing you is actually in Israeli data, both outdoor and indoor, where they actually went up to 8 suns. Okay, so not just one sun that you see at 12 o'clock at full daylight, but 8 suns, right? And this is their data, and the lines are my predictions. So I not only predict my data, but I predict everybody else's data on photosynthesis in terms of converting photons to biomass. Okay. Now, the interesting thing I learned, and maybe I'll tell you, I can't tell you the quantitatively what happens. And this is somewhat non-intuitive. If I cover the pond, my productivity goes up. And most biologists were completely baffled when I told them, when 7 years ago, when I did this kinetics and say I can predict everybody's data, the main thing I learned is that something called, there are all kinds of light dark cycles. There are fast light dark cycles, there are slow light. I said, I won't bother you with this. How do the charge transfers to the biological systems? But anyway, what it matters is that it's just like if I continuously give you energy, it doesn't make you productive, right? You would like to take a rest from some point. Same thing here. Now, how much rest to give, where to give rest that's where the engineering comes in. So this is something I demonstrated at this large scale, and nobody believed it. But actually, I covered the ponds and productivity goes up, right? And so my thought process was, okay, I'm going to put solar panels. Might as well put ponds underneath. Okay. Panels in China and Germany, other places. So why not this? Obviously, everybody said, hey, has anyone done it before? I said, I've done it in this damn Gagwa at 2.5 acres. What's the problem, right? I didn't cover it with the solar panel. I covered it with a tarpaulin, the same thing, shadow, right? It's the manipulating of the light dark cycle. But anyway, this is the challenges I have. I will overcome that. But what does it do? It reduces the cost, increases the productivity. And so anyway, let me talk about the energy storage. That's something I started with. Just historically see how the world has evolved. It has nothing to do with economics, nothing. As human beings, they understand economics better than any economist, to be honest with you. How did we move? We used to burn oil, right? Then we moved to charcoal. Then we moved to coal. Then we moved to oil. Why is it? It's just because of higher and higher energy density. I can store it easily. I can move it easily, right? Other than nuclear, there's nothing that compares to the energy density of oil. That's why the crude oil has made the world what we are. That's why the world has moved exponentially in terms of economic growth, the population growth, whatever you can think about. It's the petroleum age that made who we are today. So anyway, I think since Dr. Kakurkar is online, it's not the gravimetric energy density that matters, it's the volumetric energy density that matters. And the next few slides. And I think I'm sure you guys will laugh at me, but it's my perspective. Okay, I need volumetric energy density at the end of the day. So anyway, to me, a nuclear is absolutely must in any solution to solve. Dr. Kakurkar has said that, but I agree with him. And you need a much larger percentage. Why not 70, 80% even? To be blunt with you, if you really want to be green and renewable and forget about CO2. Anyway, I mean, some of you guys may be expert in the small modular fission nuclear reactors. We've been looking at some of these, making some investments as well. I mean, we have invested in TerraPower. I can talk about it since it's in the public domain. They call this natrium reactor because it has an inbuilt salt storage technology. In my mind, this and everybody's trying to sell this small nuclear reactors as battery. If you're going to build a goddamn nuclear reactor, you're not going to run it on and off. Acid factor will kill you. You got to run it on the time, all the time. Whether it's small, big, or whatever the hell it is, in my opinion. Anyway, we're also excited about fission just because of the positive energy gain in the ignition facility in Lawrence, Liverpool. And everybody says it's 50 years away. God knows. I'm really excited about it. I've been studying every startup fusion company in the world. And certainly, we do need nuclear one way or the other. Now, I guess on the surface of it, although it may sound very complex and we are so early in its development, a whole bunch of startup companies are attracting large amount of investments. And in the US, in particular, the Biden administration is talking about a lot of public-private partnerships. And they are making investments along with the venture-backed companies in the startups. There are many, I just picked Helion because I like them. Of the companies I looked at, they looked at it interesting because they're integrating both the magnetic confinement as well as inertial confinement in some unique way. And they're also not producing heat and secondarily produce electricity. They're trying to extract electrons right from the plasma. And they have some milestone-based, and they've been attracting more and more investment as they meet the milestone. I think last year they achieved a 1 million degrees centigrade temperature. And the next milestone, they're pretty close to meeting it as well. But the funny thing is they're talking about 50 megawatt plant, electricity generation plant, not something research, at 1 cent a kilowatt hour. By the way, on the last slide, actually, since we are thorium experts, Chinese have already demo plant on a molten salt thorium reactor, 4th generation, right? So they're on something we should be thinking about, and we should be doing something similar. Anyway, but coming back to these guys, the people who are investing it is actually all the data scientists and AI and chat GPT guys we were talking about before. Because the data scientists are going to be the most energy consumers in the world. And if they want to be clean, they need this, right? So who is investing in this? This is all Microsoft, the Googles, Facebooks. They're all investing in any one of these fusion companies, right? I just happen to like Helion because they seem to be doing something interesting, different than most of the other people. So I think their target is that they're going to meet in 5 to 7. They do it in 10 years, that'll be great. So why do I need any of this stuff? So let's say I want to take, by the way, I'll finish in the next 10 minutes. This is very important. Just pay attention to this one. Because the solar, wind, everything's intermittent. And I say, okay, I want to electrify my Jamnagar refinery. What would it take? So I need about 930 gigawatt hour of electricity. And what I'm doing here is that I'm averaging every hour per month. And you can see in the monsoon months, there's a big shortfall, right? So how much storage do I need? As it turns out, for this, it's about the same as 1 month storage. Now I can build a little bigger plant. Now put more capital up front. So maybe I reduce it. I integrate with wind. I integrate with some small batteries here and there. I still need 14 days of storage. So I need something called long duration, large scale storage. How do you do that? No battery is going to compete with it, okay? So I'm saying, okay, I told you, I'm making green oil. I can burn the bloody oil and make electricity. Simple. I can do it in the most inefficient reciprocating engine. That's what I'm doing. Forget about any fancy. By the way, GE has the next generation GTs where they're showing they're burning light crude. They can easily burn this bloody thing and make electricity at much higher efficiency. And if you look at the bottom here, the green oil that I'm talking about from municipal solid waste, I can store large amount of energy for long duration, much cheaper than anything else on that graph. Whether it's ammonia, methanol, green hydrogen, name whatever it is. Once you go to some large scale, none of these things are going to compete, in my opinion. Actually, I just submitted a paper saying, okay, this is what you need to do. So think about it. This is only for a 1 day storage. So I'm storing 1 day for 24 gigawatt hours. Now, let's say if I go to more days, and since everybody said, hey, you're a completely idiot to pursue algae and make oil, I say, okay, let's figure out at what cost you can compete with me if I have to store energy for more than 2 days. Let's say 3 days. I already told you I need 14 days, right? Now I'm comparing photons to delivered electrons. What am I doing? I'm taking the same sunlight photon that is solar PV is generating electricity. If I don't store the electricity, I'm not 100% renewable. I'm not delivering electrons when needed at 99.999% reliability and resiliency, right? So I take photons, make biomass, make oil, and burn oil to make electrons. And that's what this comparison is. Okay? Even at $200 a barrel, if I were to make my green oil, there's no battery. I mean, I just chose lithium ion, but you can compare any battery you want, mechanical, electrochemical, moving blocks up and down, or even pumped hydro if you were to build it from scratch. We don't have a location which is actually advantageous. And by the way, if I do GMO, I can reduce that cost by a factor of 2. If I have genetically modified algae, which I've already done, by the way, and I'll show you what I've done. I don't have a permission to do it outside, but I've done genetic modification algae and other microorganisms to do all kinds of stuff. And I'm showing you a bunch of examples here. So what am I doing? I'm using CO2 and sunlight to make the materials, fuels, food. And in my mind, climate change happens to India far more severe than others. We'll run out of water and food before anything else. So what I'm doing right now is I'm making proteins. I'm converting that site I showed you to make proteins. And I'm making 2 types of proteins, by the way. And because of the vegetarian food, we are both anemic and iron deficient. Okay, so I can take algae, extract protein, and my protein has met all the regulatory requirements. It is very close to whey protein, much better than all the other proteins that you buy today. And so Reliance Retail is quite interested in the proteins we're making here. So they're safe for human consumption. They made all regulatory requirements. But I'm also making iron-fortified protein and genetically modified algae. So at the end of the day, protein I make is nothing but a heme-protein. It's like hemoglobin that if you eat meat, that's what you get. So I'm making the same protein in a plant, potentially using sunlight and carbon dioxide. Keep that in mind. So this is what I'm saying, it can help meet India's nutrition as well as the food demand. I think I'll not go through considering time on plastics. It's simple. In my mind, you go from a linear to circular, and you have to do digitally spot to the world. Such a small so I think this is our message. We're doing all kinds of things in commercializing recyclability of every plastic. Also making biodegradable plastics, whether it is PBAT or PHA. I'm making PHA, by the way, genetically modified organisms. Otherwise, I can make 100% renewable plastic. But having said that, the real question is, this is the real question. Now, my company's motto is life is growth. Growth is life, which you see. The real question is, can we grow forever from a finite earth? If you look at economy, what is the economy? If you talk about your 3 Ds, let's talk about demographic dividend. What are the people, young people? To me, it's simple. It's nothing but your consumers and your workers, right? 2 key elements for any economy to grow. Forget about whether you're educated, uneducated, whatever the hell it is, right? That's what this inner circle is. But what do you do to supply your needs and to extract resources from Earth? Whether it's fossil fuels or metals or whatever, right? And what do you produce? You produce waste. While you're doing your well-being and everything else, you're returning that back to Earth. CO2 is nothing but a one byproduct of our consumption. Other is, you got pollution problem, you got water problem. I can give a whole lecture on water, or pollution, air pollution, if you want. But what is, actually, to think about it, if you look at total animal mass, right? Only 3% of the mass is left, which is actually wild, right? Humans and human-related animals are 97% of world's biomass of animals. So biodiversity, extinction, everything else is related to nothing but this simple model. And can you really survive with this? That's the real question. When it comes to batteries and other things, you have to really worried about it. And then just to put in perspective, okay? Amount of material we extracted in the last 30 years since the Kyoto Protocol was signed, the day I started to work on climate change, whether it is fossil fuels, whether it is metals, you name it, is lot more than the previous 200 years. Lot more than previous 200 years. So how am I going to solve this problem quickly? That's the real challenge. Somebody put the estimate, okay? One less person on the earth is the biggest saver of CO2 than any of the other stuff that make you feel good. You plant trees, run EV, don't dry your clothes in dryer, blah, 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 all kinds of stuff, right? It's simple, no? Once you create a human being as a consumer, so obviously we need the meats. Can we really meet on a finite planet? And you can take all kinds of economic models to convert from here to today and make net zero. Net zero is just a one milestone of pushing what is needed today to tomorrow. That's about it in my simple-minded. Because when I put this model in 97 of the world economy, it's kind of funny. In those days, India and China put together had less cars than California alone. Let me blunt with you. California alone had more cars on the road than India and China put together. That put the entire world economic model of every sector. Okay. The world has changed. We become a lot more consumers. And if you want to meet the same need, what this consultant is talking about in terms of investment, it's not factor of 10, it's probably a factor of 50. Then you have to worry about whether the world GDP has enough budget to do this. It's like your home budget, no? How much money you're willing to spend on fuel, right? I bet you're never going to spend more than 10%. You're lucky, right? All your energy, electricity, fuel, whatever. Why would world spend more than 10% of the GDP on solving this problem, right? And then people are talking about batteries and solar panels and all wind and everything. Amount of metals you need to extract, okay? It's like who you talk to, 1,000 to 400% more than what world has ever done. It's unprecedented. Can we do this in 20 years? That's really the question. And to be blunt with you, in high energy, capital intensive business, they take. So here's a graph of that. Anyway, we're looking, one is looking at this. I'll finish in 2 minutes. Everybody's talking about fourth industrial revolution. To me, it's different. It's not digital. Digital, you can improve innovation, give you services. It's not going to create food or oil, or energy, nothing. Digital technologies are good to keep you amused and worry about ChatGPT is going to take your job or not, but forget about it. It's the amalgamation of biology, physical world, and for climate change to solve, biology is the most critical one in my mind. And where would the biotechnology end? I don't know. One end it is closer to top IT type of things, other end it's closer to material type of things. It may take decades. So anyway, this is something we need to worry about, and how do we accelerate it? We in Reliance are working on all areas, digital, biological, chemistries. Perhaps we could do something in India. Last couple of slides are important. Let me spend 3 minutes. And what it is that when I came to India, I said, okay, since I have no technical capability, let me work with everybody and anybody, right? So I went to every damn institute, with CSR lab, universities, just that. And I said, hey, let's do work together, right? And it was like a baton. Their expectation and valuation of what they did was way different than mine. And it was like a handoff takeoff, right? And most of the time the baton got dropped off, to be honest with you. I kept engagement. I need to be involved from beginning till I commercialize, nothing in between. And if you want me to pay you today, I can pay you something today. The real value comes when I commercialize. Not now. What do I do with what you do? It's irrelevant to me. It's not scalable. I need translational R&D. I can do fundamental research just as anybody here, okay? Let me be blunt about it. Any subject, you tell me. That's easy to do. Maybe not easy to do, but it's easier to do. It's harder to put real money to translate it to something commercial if you want to do it for the first time. So I say, okay, I need a kuchipudi like this, raw, But anyway, I've been giving the same message that Prime Minister Modi gave on our 75th Independence Day. He says, leave our servitude attitude behind. So every time somebody comes and says me, sir, I said, why sir? Eh? The British left 75 years ago, no? Get rid of this sir, yes sir. Forget about this G, haan ji. It's not G or sir that bothers me. It's the yes sir or haan ji that, because then you're giving away. I have no responsibility and accountability. It's your problem, boss. That doesn't cut it, okay? So you need to go get away. This I stole this from Dr. Michelle at the bottom. So, there's no fence and the sheep is just following, right? Forget about that sort of nonsense. You got to, if you want to really solve the problem and get our economy going, you need to show leadership and world leadership. And that's what I was talking about in the beginning. I need to develop something which is first to the world. Forget about all this. Because in my mind, the fast followers, when the world is changing so rapidly, whether it's fourth industrial revolution, there's climate change, or whatever else, the rest of the world is falling apart. That's not the way to say I caught up with them, no? If I do well in a cost-conscious India, if I solve the problem in India, I solve the problem worldwide, okay? That should be our objective. And so this is what I said, this is what we need to do. Musicians have figured out, let's learn something from that. And let's get the collective ingenuity of the world in today's digital connected world. We can access all knowledge, no? Integrate that and apply that to do something useful and something we need to learn from musicians. But this is my last slide. There's a lot of talk about innovation. No scientific discourse in India in the last 15 years, I heard word invention. If you look at the quote of Mahatma Gandhi, he says every invention in science made for the benefit of all is what really matters. To me, innovation, but a better implementation of invention, whether it is yours or somebody else's. And don't get me wrong, innovation is important for our masses to go up this ladder of prosperity. But you got to inculcate the idea of curiosity and inventions. I'm going to beat the world. Why can't we have that sort of aspiration? Anything and everything. And that comes only if you have an ability to say, I'm going to invent something that's better than the others, right? And if you invent something, then how do you implement it? That's where innovation comes in my mind. Okay? I may be completely wrong. But that's my simplistic way of looking at it, because I keep on telling, it's fantastic. To solve the world's problem, I need to invent new things. They don't exist today. It's not some incremental change and I'm going to solve climate change. Okay, let me be blunt about it. So anyway, this is my, every time a young person comes and he's an expert in something, I say, oh, fantastic. I got a PhD from HBNI, the best institute. The first question I ask him, forget about what you learned, okay? Here's the problem I want to solve. How are you going to solve it? I don't care if your idea is wrong, but be creative. So sometimes I tell people, do anything. I don't care. Do something. So I keep on telling them, start something unknown and you will finish something unforgettable. So any young person who comes to me, I don't care about what they learn. I worry about, do they have an ability to learn that they have not learned? And if you have this lifelong learning capacity and ability to humility to understand that I may not know everything, you have an ability to willing to challenge the best mind in the world, to understand the fundamentals and improve on that, that's what will count. That's what I think I'm actually be blunt with you. Young people today are far more connected to the world. When I was growing up in India, I was scared of everything, to be honest with you. Maybe we were poor and we had nothing, so it was natural. But today's young Indians are not. Okay? You have nothing to worry about. You have plenty of food, you have plenty of mobility, you have digital phones, everything you need, right? And you're connected to the world. So do make the best out of it. Because the young population in India, and you think about, we have the demographic dividend, they are the only ones who have capacity to solve the problems in the century. Whether we fry the world by the end of the century, or whether AI and brain machine interface and whatever else that is going to come down the pike takes away humanity, I don't know. Whatever it is. But I guess another quote of Mahatma Gandhi is that there's enough in the world, not enough for the greed, right? So we have to think about not just us, but everybody. And I like that's why the message of the G20, where we are looking at one Earth, one common problem, and we just can't rely on the Western world to solve our problems. Okay. So sorry I took a little longer, but I hope my random thoughts were stimulating, and even if you got 5% of it, maybe it was worth spending my time. So, and if you think I was completely nonsense, that's fine too, because come and talk to me about why. I'll learn something, right? It's all about learning on each other's experiences, arguing about why and why not, right? That's how you improve. You don't improve by calling sir, yes, sir. I do the same thing to Mr. Ambani, whosoever, right? I don't care. There's something for everyone to do it, from Jaduwala to most richest man or the most brilliant man. We have to contribute and solve our society's problems. That they're not solvable by one or two people. Let's be frank about it. So I hope you got something out of it. I don't have any time for any questions, but I'll be happy to talk about anything, from Bollywood to science to whatever you want. Please.
Really reaches our society and our
I'm trying my best, but I need a lot of help. I'm telling you, these are not easy problems to solve.
But it was really very
I mean, every one of us had something to do, otherwise this problem is not solvable. I mean, to be blunt with you, science and engineering alone is not going to solve this problem. You need policy changes, you need finance, you need all kinds of things. So, I'm around if you have any questions, and I'm just as conversant with Bollywood, so don't worry. You can ask me anything. I can tell you who's doing what. Oh, all right, great.
So, HBNI would now like to present a memento to Dr. Sapre as a thank you for giving the endowment lecture. May I please request Professor J.B. Joshi to do the honors. Come to the end of today's proceedings. May I please request our dignitaries to be seated on the dais. I now invite Dr. Christopher Selwyn, Registrar HBNI, to propose the vote of thanks.
Gratitude is a quality similar to electricity. It must be produced and discharged and used up in order to exist at all. Before I formally propose the vote of thanks, Vice Chancellor, Professor Kamachi Mungali, to Ms. Karunya, the doctoral scholar of HBNI, for her excellent comparing of the Foundation Day program today. Thank you, sir. Bombay National Institute is on the verge of teenagers. Yes, HBNI has completed 18 years of its existence today. I extend my warmest thanks to everyone who has gathered here as HBNI is celebrating its 18th founding anniversary. I stand here today as a proud and grateful registrar of HBNI to express my heartfelt vote of thanks to all gathered here and joined us through online platform and those who have made today's event, the Foundation Day of HBNI, possible and highly successful. Congratulations and thanks to all the directors, members of the council management, members of the academic council, deans, members of the standing committee of deans, conveners, and members of various boards of studies, faculty members, and supporting administrative authorities of all our CIs and OCC for adopting incredible measures to ensure that all the faculty members, students stay motivated.
This year, we are geared towards extending our horizon to more students through our new degree programs and courses towards holistic education is envisioned by NEP 2020. May this journey of success and learning continue for many more years to come. I congratulate all the HBNI faculty members and student awardees for bagging several coveted awards, recognitions including the HBNI Outstanding and JB Joshi Innovation Awards. I'm proud of all that you have accomplished this past year, and I sincerely wish all of you for continuing your effort towards sustainable eminence through HBNI. I'm sure that your commitment, support, and contribution, the brand HBNI will scale new heights in the years to come. This year, 2023, is a very special in the history of HBNI as we have our new Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Kamachi Mudali, and our new Chairman for the Council of Management, Professor A.K. Moganty. I thank our Chairman, Council of Management for HBNI and Secretary Department of Atomic Energy, Professor A.K. Moganty, for his presidential address. Professor Moganty is known for his simple yet effective elocution capacity with humorous examples. He insisted that our publications of HBNI should have good standards. Our research should be translational research. And he helped many examples what has been achieved through our research centers of Department of Atomic Energy. Started mentioning about the heavy water and its products. And he was talking about the D2O. Quality research, not only fundamental, but also it should be have some industrial need and societal needs. And he has talked a lot about students should be entrepreneurs. By taking into this advice, I hope it's a great advice for our all young budding graduates. I thank our Professor Chief Guest, Professor Subhasis Chaudhuri, Director IIT Bombay, for delivering an inspiring and motivational lecture as a chief guest today. Has made a lot of informations in terms of data. And he talked about the disproportionate distribution of manpower which leads to societal inequity. And for that, again, he insisted that our quality of education must be improved for creating opportunities. Thank you very much for your inspirational talk, sir. And thank our guest, Dr. Ajit Sapre, Group President Research Technology of Reliance Industries Limited, for delivering the JB Joshi Endowment Innovation Award lecture. So lecture is an eye-opener for many of our students and faculty members. Talked about various informations. And to just collect some of the informations, he said that again, integrate the science and engineering to get technology for getting into a product. So Moganty was talking about D2O, whereas our Dr. Ajit Sapre has inserted 2. So we got a transition from D2O to A2O, this algae to green oil and its importance. And he insisted thinking about physics, chemistry, and engineering is very important. I think he has made it to believe and prove that the future belongs to really biology. The algae proteins are the real sustainable food to the world. He said we heard about, but he has made 5 R's: reduce, reuse, relocate, recover, and redesign. And has told many about the circular economy in which our country can prosper. This information was informed by Professor Kamachi Mudali on the National Technology Day. And again, he said, think new. We need to have closer multidisciplinary works. Finally, he has concluded, discover, develop, deploy, and deliver values. Start something unknown and finish something which is unforgettable. So you really, the message is highly motivational and reaches everyone. I thank all our HRD counterparts for their extended support towards making the distribution of certificates and awards in the systematic and smooth way. My special thanks goes to all the staff of HRDD for their excellent support. I submit my team for successfully transmitting the entire program through online for the benefit of persons who could not attend the events in person. I thank Dr. A.K. Nayak and Dr. S.B. Roy for joining us for the publication of books. I thank our former Vice Chancellor, Professor P.R. Vasudeva, for encouraging all the faculty to write textbooks for the benefit of students of HBNI. I thank our directors from CIs, Professor Gautam Bhattacharya, Professor Nake, Professor Smith for joining us for this function. I thank all our deans from CIs, conveners, Board of Studies for joining the today's function. I thank Professor Anil Kakotkar, Chancellor, and Professor Vasudeva Rao for joining this program through online. I sincerely thank all our HBNI Central Office, Deans, Associate Deans, Assistant Deans, Deputy Registrar, and all our administrative officials and staffs and supporting staff of HBNI for the backbones for completing all the tasks assigned to them. I wholeheartedly thank all of my HBNI family members for the successful completion of their Foundation Day celebrations. Not but not least, a heartfelt thank to you, each one of you, for making this year's Foundation Day of HBNI for a special to all of us. I thank Ms. Karunya, Dr. Scott of HBNI, for her extraordinary and elegant way of comparing for today's Foundation Day program. Before I conclude, it's my simple message. Future be as bright as your smile. Be strong as you fight your way to success. The difficulty you face is nothing compared to the joy of success. You have so much to offer, and I hope your new opportunity will be a glorious adventure. Thank you, Anandal. Jai Hind.
This concludes the formal ceremony of the Foundation Day. On behalf of HBNI, I once again congratulate all the awardees and degree holders and thank you all for partaking in this function on a Saturday, nevertheless. We will now break for tea, but I request you all to assemble back here at 6:15 p.m. for a lovely cultural program. And before we will conclude the program by rising for the national anthem.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग चल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शिष मागे तब जय गाथा जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय 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 हे